Oh, happy! Hi, Lily pals. Hi. Hello. It's fucking Christmas week. Wee. It doesn't feel real. I don't feel the spirit. I'm reaching all over the place. Where is it? Where the fuck? Where the fuck is my holiday cheer? I must have spent it all on Halloween. Like I usually do. But usually there's like some reserves. Like, I don't know. I'm tired. That might be a huge contributor. I'm tired. I've been drawing a lot today. And let me see. Yeah. I worked on a thing, one art thing, uh, starting at 6, like 10 after 6 in the morning. I finished at quarter after noon. And then I took a break, a little break, like a little break, because at 12:40 I started work on another art thing. But then I stopped myself at 3:45. I stopped myself. It's like, okay, I've been working this hand, this wrist, for quite a while now. Uh, no, let's not. Let's not make this worse. So, I haven't been drawing since. But yeah, like, I've been so busy with art stuff lately. There was the Secret Santa, which I got finished. I did finish that. When did I finish it? Finished that late into the 21st, so just a couple days ago. I got that finished. It's all ready to go. And then I got some commissions. Believe it or not, I got commissioned to do some more arts. And I completed one, and I'm working on another one. There's 4 total. And so I completed one, on my way with another. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have them all done in time for Christmas. New Year's, maybe, but Christmas, like, Christmas is literally 2 days. 2 days! It's Christmas week, y'all! It doesn't feel like it. I'm kind of left thinking it's probably like the state of life and the world right now. There's just no cheer. Everything sucks right now. But, you know what else sucks? This fucking old NANO-NOVEL. Well, okay, it doesn't suck, but it's definitely, it makes me cringe. Okay, let's see. I got my... Oh wow, that dissolved right quick. I have a rose tinted water because I sprinkled a little bit of fruit punch in it for flavor because I've never been good at drinking water. But then for real flavor, I got a cream soda. Unopened. Okay. So, where were we last time? Last time, I think was mostly, Cassandra and co, eventually winning over, Logan's crew, despite all odds, amidst a fuck ton of destruction, and some bodily injury was had. Some. Not enough to incapacitate, but there was definitely mention of some. And then, like, Cassandra and Emily were having a bit of a tense discussion one night on their own. Emily left in a hissy, and then decided to just kind of hit the road. She's kind of having like a little bit of a crisis. Kind of. As much of a crisis as a 13-year-old can in a post-apocalyptic environment. And then after that, there was like this group of churchgoers that were on the run, and they sought refuge in Thomaston, where everybody's camped out. And we're like, hey, you know, we'll give you sanctuary. Hey, by the way, who are you running from? And it's this gang, this big major a group of baddies called the Phantom Mambas. And so, while, the church people went to Thomaston, and they're chilling out there, Emily is on the road, still walking, still in her, her angst hike. But then she came across some motorcycling Phantom Mamba members heading towards Thomaston. And so now she's like, oh shit, I gotta go back. Don't you see? We have to go back. And so Emily's kind of booking it? Question mark? She probably won't make it back before the gang members arrive. And that's where we left off. Now we are on chapter 23. According to the little progress bar that you can't see, that's just out of view, we are roughly about 2/3 of the way through this draft. And I'm hoping tonight we finish it off for good. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick swig of water. Chapter 23. Great leaders are almost always great simplifiers, who can cut through argument, debate, and doubt to offer a solution everybody can understand. Colin Powell. Sure? I mean, it's not... It's not necessarily, like, whether... It's not necessarily, like, who can best simplify a solution to a problem. It's, you know, what is the better solution to a particular problem? You know, it doesn't hinge so much on whether people understand it or not. I don't know. I feel like this is a weird quote. But it probably lends something to the chapter at hand. Logan stood in front of an alleyway, killing time by keeping a close watch on the people inside the bank across the street. The face he had was completely devoid of humor. He had tasked several of his men to be on high alert, as he had no intention to allow an easy pass for anyone else that might show up today. Cassandra might have insisted that he relax, but her ignorance was crystal clear to him. "Maybe it'd be better to keep watch of the roads," a deep voice said. Cole came by and sat on a crate next to Logan. He brought 2 bottles of cleaned water for the both of them. I think that would... So, like... pre-boiled water? You could just say pre-boiled, I guess. Because, like, cleaning implies, like, you put something in it to, like, or, like, put it through a filter. And it's like, who has that kind of thing in a giant nationwide wasteland? "I'm starting to think I should just shoo him out," Logan muttered. "If anyone asks, I could just say they didn't feel like being a burden. Except they needed some time to settle in that building. It'd at least take just as long to pack them up and a little longer to have them leave without a trace. I think we'll just have to deal with them until the storm comes by." "Storm? Yeah. They're all a bunch of frickin' lightning rods. You sure it's just the Mambas you're worrying yourself over, pal? The hell do you think?" Logan took a jerky swig from his bottle of water, a little bit dribbling off his chin. He smacked his lips, but only felt a little refreshed. The folks gathered inside the bank were caught up in different conversations with each other, and Logan figured he could pretty closely predict what at least some of them were talking about. Cole poured a bit of his water into his hand, rubbing his face and bald head to give some relief from the day's heat. Cole is bald? Okay, yeah. Big action man, he's gotta be bald. His eyes wandered around the town more, just observing whatever establishments were around them. "Bah, who am I kidding?" Logan blurted out. "I can hardly stand the sight of those people. Sure, they all seem friendly now, but just wait till someone like me tries to tell them my story, huh? They're not worth our time if they don't consider what time's already given people like us." "I don't know yet," Cole said. "I can't really trust them either, but they're hardly the ones bringing the threat to Akos. I might just pop in at some point to get their side of the picture." If this is just supposed to be a rough analog of the American political environment, they would be like neck deep in the reason why there was a revolt in the first place. I'm just saying. Ew! Ew, get out of here. There's been a lot of bots lately. Not just on stream, but like on my socials too. Mostly on Blue Sky, but I guess that's kind of par for the course. God damn it, Cole, Logan sighed. Do you not remember how much of a part they played in this whole mess? You're talking about getting their side of the picture, but you're not really looking at the big picture. Are you? How could I say I'm not? Come on, you know what a lot of these people are like. So much of that kindness is just a freaking mask. As soon as you don't agree with something, they turn into a bunch of savage jackals. It's not that I don't see where you're coming from, Logan. I understand perfectly. It's only when you try to carry out your message that you start growling too. But who has the bigger claws? Well, Logan's a bad example. Logan swallowed a bit of water down the wrong pipe. After a brief coughing fit, he laid a puzzled stare at his comrade. You have a temper, Cole continued, and you know it. If I didn't know you, I'd first pick you as a more dangerous party. Okay, big guy, Logan muttered. I don't know what's up with you. With you? God. I don't know what's up with you, but a long time ago, I swear I could have heard you say a bunch of times that my anger was well managed. That's when we had more people after us. And you think that whole thing's over? As long as folks like those control freaks are still around, I'm not buying it. I've had to watch my back so many times that I could find a hobby as a contortionist, and that's when I'm relaxed. From all over the country, wherever could you find any example of these people being a good thing? Well, you never asked Cassandra about it. Logan stood motionless for a second, still wearing his confused expression. He shook it off and crossed his arms without another word. Cole looked right at him, with a slightly warmer disposition than usual. Either way, he said. Okay, it's Cole. Either way, as much as I get where you're coming from, I also know that your bigger plan for everyone is equality. Hasn't Cassandra tipped you off that she's after the same thing? Just think back to when she came by Norris Rock. The young man sighed, brushing his shaved head with his hand. He relaxed more in a sense of giving up as opposed to comfort. He slammed the rest of his water, tossing the bottle playfully. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance against that argument now. On the plus side, it would mean at least a little anger management from both new and old friends. It just sounds ridiculous that it took breaking him to blowing up and destroying a building before any progress could be made. Oh yum, is all this ham just for me, straight off of your fist? A few of the lackeys across the street were chuckling to each other, and with Logan watching them from afar, it at least managed to appear endearing enough to ease his suspicions a little. Cole simply continued scanning through the buildings and roads from all around. He tried to listen carefully, as he could swear he heard a rumble somewhere. Wait. Logan, sure! A lighter voice asserted. From behind the alleyway was the third woman in the he-shop trio, panting for a moment before standing back upright with a determined expression. We've caught sight of more incoming trespassers, sure. Wait, hold up. Okay. 3 differentiating quirks established. But it's like, I don't know. This one... This one, I don't know why. I just don't buy it. I don't buy it. It's like obviously trying to replicate some sort of, is it a lisp? Does does Sean Connery slurring count as a lisp? Or like some kind of speech impediment? Because it's like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Kind of a strange choice. From which direction? Logan asked firmly. They're all coming from the eastern road, just like earlier today. God. Thank you, Tala. Arrange the rest of my boys around the plaza. Cole? Said Cole. Run around town and find Cassandra. Make sure she's alright and protected. I'm getting some of the bigger toys out. Logan paused for a moment before looking sternly back to Cole. You got as much a bad feeling as I do? He asked. That's not important, Cole mumbled. But I'd be lying if I said no. Huh. That was a relatively short chapter. Okay, Logan and Cole, they're fishy suspicious of these new faces. They're talking about it. Yeah. Chapter 24. Sadism is not an infectious disease that strikes a person all of a sudden. It has a long prehistory in childhood and always originates in the desperate fantasies of a child who is searching for a way out of a hopeless situation. Alice Miller. I'm not so sure how well that's aged. Many of Logan's gunmen were scrambling around for arms in good positions. First things first, they had to block off the path to the bank. Most of them wanted to stay far enough behind that any action would mean they're not the first ones to get shot. The various commands from the hijab trio had forced handfuls of them to take up a front line, succeeding the ones behind them. 3 women were Logan's personal scouts, and pretty much outrank anyone that isn't Logan or Cole, plus Cassandra and Emily by extension. Though none of them were especially looked up to by most of the men. What's that supposed to mean? Like, really, I'm not sure what that's supposed to communicate. The front doors and windows of the bank were pressed from the outside by the crowds of armed gang members. The people outside fled to the other rooms in the back of the building. If one had paid attention to them, they would notice how all of them made the effort to include every single person in whatever space they could manage. Logan grabbed 2 handguns, strapped on a belt of pockets for his ammo, and carried a 12-gauge pump shotgun with one arm along the with cans of tear gas in the other. No. I'm not questioning it. I gave him a fucking grenade launcher. It's like, grenade launcher, yeah, that's fine. Tear gas! Oh, my immersion! Everybody around town was too frantic for it to be heard, but he knew that faint rumbling would be getting louder in just a few minutes. Cole found Cassandra still searching through the storage sheds that had been occupied. Despite the alert, she insisted on continuing her search, and that Cole relayed whatever orders she wanted everyone to follow. Cole ended up grabbing her from off of her feet and carried her back into the business district. Cassandra hated it, but she had to admit, it felt nice to give her legs a break like this. Though the worst news was that Emily was still nowhere to be found. She still remained optimistic, since the storage sheds weren't the only places to look, but the ache of guilt and worry began to build inside her chest. After organizing everyone into their positions, the scouts went to situate themselves inside a building from the other block. Since they entered the same building as Logan, he tossed each one of them a rifle with enough range to fire it onto any threat from above. What? I'm just thinking... Wait. From above as in, like, from rooftops? Because, like, at first I was thinking, like, they would have fucking aerial units. It's like, what? Like, Logan, where the fuck is your head at? With that done and out of the way, Logan left to join his men. Everyone was crowded along the main street, though the entire place was silent. The scouts were in position, and gunmen were in position. Or, the scouts were in position, the gunmen were in position, Logan was here, and Cole carried Cassandra over just in time. My, she gasped. What in Akos' good name is making this entire setup necessary? You need to hide somewhere, Cassandra, Cole said. We trusted you with the folks in the bank, but now you need to trust us. Shouldn't I just stay close just to be sure? Woman, you have no idea what's coming right for us. Does that make a good excuse to not try and see if they'll negotiate? There's no excuse good enough for you to associate with these maniacs. Now get out of here and don't come out until we say so. I can't hear the phrase, we say so, without thinking of the old fucking, Jim Henson's Dinosaurs sitcom. Because We Say So is, like, the name of the big bad corporation that's ever pervasive throughout the series. Good show. Cassandra huffed in a fence and walked away into the crowd of armed men. When she got deep enough in for Cole to look away, she bent her knees down and started to worm her way back towards the front. The men she had to nudge against almost blew her cover, but Logan strictly commanded them to keep their attention towards the road. Lucky? How lucky. How fortunate. Far away along the horizon, black dots were visible at the point where the line and the road meet. The distant rumbles slowly grew clearer, louder, and more imposing. Cassandra shivered as she heard the sound. In spite of her knowledge of transportation and machinery in Akos, this was completely foreign. What? When does Cassandra know shit about transportation and machinery? What? She had no idea what to make of it, what to attribute it to. Hi, my darlings! Hello, hello! I shall fetch your froggies. Bop. Here. Jay, you have the very important task of holding up the notice note. And then Stellar can help point out the notice note. You haven't missed too much so far. We're on chapter 24. We started in 23. Big bad gang members are on the approach, and Logan and crew are getting ready and shit. I'm not sure when you both dropped in. Eventually, the dots came closer and were shaped into figures as they approached the town. The deep rumbling was now made obvious to everyone, and it all began to lower in pitch as the vehicles gradually came to a stop in the main intersection. Logan motioned for everyone to be at a ready position. The first of the three strangers to dismount their ride was the man from behind. He took off his helmet, revealing a very pale, unnaturally aged man. There were clear signs that he's had a history with some kind of drug, most likely meth. My first question is, where did he get that? But I don't know. If people know how to be resourceful in a fucking setting like this. Or you would hope. The other two followed suit and looked much better in comparison. Okay, wow. The pale one began walking up towards the front of the armed crowd, a sick smile growing on his face. "Well," he said, "look at the eyesore we've run into here." Cassandra emerged swiftly from behind the gunman, approaching the clammy stranger. His smug look dropped into contempt as she appeared taller than him. Oh, he's one of those dudes, is he? "Greetings," she said. What brings you into our neck of the woods?" Logan and Cole look at each other and towards Cassandra, put off at the fact she couldn't leave them alone. Regardless, they knew it was hopeless to speak up now that she's out in the open. "We're looking for a bunch of troublemakers," the man said. "From what we can all see here, I'm willing to bet they're here. A group of about 20 or so religious nutcases." "Well, said Cassandra, "in our town, we'll gladly welcome any people looking for a place to—" The shorter man gave a hard slap across the young woman's face. She was knocked off balance, and a few of the gunmen from behind had to catch her. Cassandra was completely dazed as her reddened cheeks stung sharply. "You son of a bitch!" Logan growled, raising a handgun barrel towards the man. "Oh dear," the small man snickered. "Did I just strike someone important? They looked so pristine and perfect, I just couldn't stand it. But I'm sure she'll be fine, even if I slapped her a few more times." He turned to face Logan, a row of yellow teeth lined up across his smile. What, like, Remind me, does chronic smoking yellow your teeth? I think it does. I think that was a symptom. I know it affects your gums, so... yeah, maybe. Probably. Oh yeah. How nice that we managed to cross each other's paths. I'm sure the big boss would love to hear about the tales I'd weave from out of here. Logan's finger wrapped oh so slightly tighter onto the trigger. "Settle down there, Logan," Cassandra said from behind. She stood back upright and took a deep breath. "I told you it was a mistake to bring those people in," Logan grumbled. "Nothing's conclusive yet," Cassandra snapped. "So, my good sir, what is so important about this group of theists that you've had to drive all this way for them?" "Oh, but don't you know already?" the man said. "We're the kind of people that they so thoroughly pressed under their thumbs whenever they could. They were rampant when the leaders of the countries were still important. Now that we're calling the shots out here, there's no room for their kind of folks. They need to be driven to the ground, so they don't bring us to ruin again. Oh, how much bias runs in their veins. How much ignorance, self-righteousness, and hunger for power flows through their bones." It sounds... the way I wrote this, it sounds... it comes across as very Reddit atheist. Like, I'm still an atheist, but Like, fucking... like, fucking, I could easily think of ways to, like, make it sound more eloquent than this. Then again, considering the guy who's talking, yeah... I don't know. Writing versus characterization. I don't know, I'm not impressed. Logan looked downward, as though reconsidering something. Some of the men lined up in the streets looked to each other, acknowledging the words spoken. What's gone on in the past is done, Cassandra objected. Everyone has a right to live, especially in the wasteland we all live in now. In spite of the injustices, in spite of the prejudice, in spite of the cruelty, and in spite of the corruption, people are always still people in the end. Those who work hard to keep themselves and others happy and healthy are to be renowned, not spat upon. Beliefs do not define them, and neither do actions that these people specifically are not responsible for. With that said, I suggest you return from wherever you came from. Good day to the three of you. One of the two men that drove along was visibly taken aback with their speech and assertiveness. Maybe it was just my, the way, maybe it was just the way I read aloud, but it didn't come across as too assertive to me. The other smacked him on the shoulder. Oh dear, the pale man sighed. You are absolutely right. I cannot imagine what sort of horrors that we must have caused them. Looks like we no longer have any place here. Let's head out, boys. We don't want to be of any trouble. The short, wrinkled man twirled his finger around as he turned back to his ride. The other two put their helmets back on and mounted their two-wheeled vehicles. As the last one sat upon the cushion, he winked and blew a kiss towards Logan. Logan raised his handgun back towards the guy again. The machines began to roar to life as they all activated the unfamiliar mechanism with a kick of their boots. Unfamiliar? I suppose. They circled back around to the road they came in from and drove away. Cassandra had a look of surprise as she brushed herself off. It quickly turned into a warm smile. That was easy, she chuckled. Okay. Logan gestured all the gang members once again for the ready position. It ain't over yet, he mumbled. But, Cassandra said, but they just left. They accepted my speech and just left. I like how she admitted to calling it a speech. What's the issue with this result? The fact that your cheeks are red means you don't know the half of it, girl. She subconsciously rubbed her cheek before looking towards the road in confusion. Yeah, just completely forgetting, apparently, how much the fucking sting of the slap would have been. Like, if it was hard enough to knock her off balance, she should be feeling that. Like, not even just in the cheek, like, that's in the teeth, that's in the jaw. From up on a higher level, the scouts kept a close watch of the departees, and after a few moments, the dark spots along the road began to make a wide turn in the distance. Fahima flinched and cupped the sides of her mouth. "They're coming back!" she shouted. Cassandra couldn't keep up at the moment, while Logan appeared to know exactly what was going to happen. He ordered everyone at the front of the crowd to aim their firearms towards the road. The rumbles fluctuated in intensity as they grew slowly louder again. As the sound was overwhelming the entire area, Logan loudly counted down from 3 as he activated and threw a couple tear gas canisters. Activated? Activated. That's a word choice. As a glimmer of their vehicles came into view, he threw his free hand down towards the ground. "Fire!" he shouted. The three mounted men quickly drove by the crowd from the road, firing several full automatic rounds towards the mass of armed men. 4 of them were immediately killed, with 4 others wounded. None of their own shots had managed to land a hit on any of the 3 guys or their mounts. If the tear gas affected any of them, it wasn't seen. If it was legit tear gas, they would probably be wiping out on the road right about now. Like, I think at the time I didn't actually understand just how debilitating tear gas actually is. And it shows. Like, I think I pretty much wrote it to be just about equivalent to, like, smoke bombs. Cassandra ducked with terror and tried to work her way towards the buildings along the right side of the street. Logan continued throwing down more tear gas, trying to build up an entire wall with it. From up above, the scouts tried sniping at the enemy. The fact that few situations have called for snipers to be present has made them generally inexperienced in the field, and so they consistently miss. They're not very good snipers, then. The trio riding along began to turn again, except they didn't turn completely back as anticipated. They drove through a street connected to the main road and were going back towards the rear of the crowd. Most of the gunmen were positioned towards the main road, meaning that their rear was a weak spot. Logan cursed loudly, while Cole prepared to throw a frag grenade. A frag grenade?! Okay, tear gas I can kinda buy, but like, how legit are we talking about with a fucking frag grenade? Like, how makeshift is this shit? I must know. He struggled a little getting through the men, but he decided to screw it and pull a pin. He tossed the explosive towards the other end of the street. The 3 riders came into view and began to fire. Many of the men were shot successfully, but Cole was fortunately safe from one of them in front of himself. Nevertheless, his face twisted into an angered expression. The grenade exploded just in time for the rider at the rear to be blown off his mount. The vehicle rolled and landed over him as he laid motionless. Cassandra wasn't sure what to do in her position. She was stuck between loads of gunmen right in front of her and a building to her back, keeping visibility low. She wasn't armed or even prepared for a gunfight. Using her powers was completely out of the question. Why? Why, Cassandra? Why? Like, okay. She can use her powers to make herself literally invincible. Like, gunshot wounds are not a problem here. And if they can protect her to that extent, like, if it's the tear gas maybe she's worried about, like, she would probably be protected from the tear gas too. The only thing is... okay. Maybe what this sentence calls for is a rephrasing. Because maybe instead of her powers being completely out of the question, maybe it would be more like her powers are not particularly useful outside of just protecting herself. But it's like, even then... I mean, for all I can think of, she could probably, like, use her powers on, like, the mounted gunmen's firearms, like their weapons. Just use her powers on their weapons so that they backfire and jam to shit, explode in their faces. She could probably do that. Like, no problem. I don't know. However, she was not in a line of offense. If numbers stray too low and the intruders get through into the bank, she could be there to protect the people inside. Just as the idea was fully received, a stray bullet bounced off the wall of the building, just above Cassandra's head. She froze with horror in that moment, but she slapped herself back to reality. We're in a cartoon now, I guess. It helped more than she slapped the... It helped more that she slapped the red cheek, but it wasn't pleasant at all. From the sidelines of the fight, she took her time to weasel through into the bank. Despite being shorter than most of his men, Logan plowed through the group, anxious to get to the other side of the road. Wait, what? What? Oh, wait. I was... Okay, plowing through... Yeah, plowing through his men. Okay. Like, I was stuck there for a second, like, wait, did he just fucking, like, clothesline the guys off of their bikes? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. He lobbed the last 2 canisters of tear gas out onto the path. It was guaranteed that at least one of them was going to bail from their ride. The rumbles grew louder with another approach back to the main road. As expected, one of them had visibly wiped out from the gas cloud. Cries of pain were well heard, even amongst the ruckus in the crowd. Okay, so... It took a second college try to get one of them down. Although the rumbling hasn't stopped in that direction, leaving many of the gunmen and Logan confused. The third man burst forth from the alleyway from across the bank. Several of Logan's men were run over in a straight line for the building. He crashed in through the glass doors, shattering their surface violently, and quickly dismounted behind his vehicle. Logan cursed more as he tried to hurry inside the establishment. Many of the gang members were being shot up by the rider as he stood behind a cover, not even taking a scratch. As Logan pushed his way into the bank, he drew out the shotgun he'd been carrying. He was pumping shots into the 2-wheeled ride. Oh, the bike. Okay. While walking closer to it. He slid around, kicked the man in the gut, and forced the helmet off his head as he stuck the barrel of the 12-gauge directly under his jaw. It was the leader of the trio, the short man with the clammy skin. Logan and the small creep stood staring at each other in tense silence. Some of the men muttered that they heard more rumbling in the distance, but they were dismissed as likely paranoid from the current circumstances. The pale young man chuckled in spite of his situation. He sighed contentedly. That was fun. I guess we can't all be winners in the end. How appropriate that you're the one keeping me in place here, since you know that better than anyone else. Oh dear, how the irony thickens. Is irony applicable here? I don't think it is. Yeah. How appropriate that you're the one keeping me in place here. Oh, how the irony thickens. That's not how irony works. That's not fucking irony. That is literally exactly as expected. You think you're gonna get away from me this time? Logan growled. I've been in worse positions than this, so I consider the possibility. Not a fucking chance. Enough with the theatrics, just kill me already. I thought you'd never say so. Stop! A voice shouts out. Chapter 25. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. Yeah? Yeah, that's okay. The road was long, and about 40 minutes had passed. Emily quickly ran out of stamina to keep running, but she forced her legs to keep walking. That's the least she had to do. Emily is a 13-year-old girl? Like, obviously, kids can have a fuckload of energy, but, like, okay, running for... It says Emily quickly ran out of stamina. I don't know, it's... my brain is trying to figure out the logistics of this. Even if just intuitively. She kept motivating herself in her head, but it was hard to stay strong with her muscles turning against her in the brutal heat. No matter, there was no time to have pity on herself. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Like, 40 minutes of... Okay, wait. How long was she walking before? Like, to get as far as she did before running into the same biker guys? What was it? I want to guess maybe like 2 hours. And she was just walking then. And she, I think there was mention somewhere, like she had to take breaks. Or at least a break. At some point just because of exhaustion and the heat. Now imagine trying to run back in the same heat, 40 minutes passed, and whenever you can't run, whenever she couldn't run, she forced herself to walk. At this rate, she's probably gonna kill herself. She's probably gonna kill herself before she gets back into town. But we're working through anime rules, so, They need you, she thought. They need you. They need you there with them. They're in trouble. They're waiting for you. Keep going, Emily. Keep going. As she kept walking, sweating like an animal, she peered to the horizon. I'm pretty sure most animals do not have sweat glands. No buildings in sight. Regardless of whatever doubts her mind created, she had to continue forth. She did allow herself to at least be frustrated with not being able to get there faster. Nobody was around to hear whatever optimistic words she whispered to herself, and even she could barely hear them as her ears were plugged from the continuous movement she pushed on herself. I think that's a phrase that that comes from only personal experience. For you see, I was never in very good of shape. I've never been particularly athletic, so anytime I had to, like, run for gym class or anything, I frequently had to deal with, like, the sensation of, like, my ears feeling, like, plugged or something whenever I got tired out. And it's probably true today, but I don't run, so... And it's like... Okay, challenging both physical exhaustion and a brutal heat, plugged ears is... It's almost kind of like a similar cadence as, like, the trope name of, like, murder, arson, and jaywalking. It's like the first two are so much worse. That's funny. A little red flag in her head was starting to wave as she kept going. Something felt a little off. She tried looking and listening around, but couldn't immediately find out whatever was going on. She glanced back at the other side of the road, and in the distance was a black dot. When she listened carefully enough, the familiar sound of distant rumbling had returned. Emily's eyes lit up with hope, and she stood in the middle of the road to wait for the approaching rider. Though it was most likely a member of the same gang that the other 3 men were in, this was her best chance to get to her destination quicker. Within around 4 minutes, the dot was becoming larger and more detailed, the sound of the vehicle becoming louder and more pronounced. The rumble lowered in pitch, exactly as Emily hoped it would. Slowing to a stop in front of her, a man took off his helmet and raised his hand as a greeting. "Hey," he said. "Would you mind getting off the road? I got somewhere to be right now." "I need some help," said Emily. "Can you drive me over to Thomaston, the small town just ahead, please? I need to get there as fast as I can. I won't need any more favors than that." "You're in luck. I was just on my way there. Hop on behind me." The man stood up to give some room for the teen. It wasn't until Emily mounted the guy's ride that she noticed a peculiar-looking firearm he had strapped on his back. Placed just over the action was also... Huh. Wow. That's just a sentence I never finished. That's a new one. "Careful," he said. "I don't want the lenses on the scope getting dirty or anything. I gotta know though, have you rode on a motorcycle before?" "I haven't," she said. "Then you'll want to wrap your arms around me, and don't move around too much. Balance is pretty important on this thing, and we don't want to wipe out." Emily was a little hesitant, but she complied. Whatever would be going on in this vehicle, she wouldn't be able to guess. The guy put his helmet back on and bent his wrist onto the handle of the motorcycle, making it growl. Emily flinched in surprise, and the man giggled a little. Once he sat back down, the ride then growled more as it suddenly began moving on its own accord. The girl yelped, so the sound of the vehicle overwhelmed her own. The wind was feeling stronger as it began speeding up, and the air a little cooler. Though she had to deal with the hard edges of the rifle pushed against her abdomen, it was barely even noticeable with the amount of relief she felt from the breeze. The two were riding well into around the 10 and 15 minute range, and Emily looked out at the approaching horizon. Oh, also, how lucky! How lucky! Just another biker just coming up and going the same way. Who's also friendly enough to actually give enough of a shit to give this teenage girl a ride. How lucky! The flat lines seemed to have a few darker shapes coming into view. They were oddly angular, but as she squinted her eyes, she noticed that the entire area seemed familiar. The inside of her was bursting with assurance and joy, even if she couldn't express it while on the motorcycle. Eventually, the growling of the vehicle lowered and settled as the man slowed down at about 60 yards away from the first small buildings. Emily looked around, confused at the sudden halt. "What are you doing?" she asked. "This is as far as I can drive in this town," the man replied. "If you need to go further, you'll have to walk the rest of the way." Alright, I guess. Thanks for the lift, anyway. By the way, I'd suggest getting somewhere to lay low. For all I know, there's trouble around. Emily sprinted down the street, not paying any mind to the man's warning. "Your funeral, kid," he mumbled to himself. He grabbed his long rifle, checking it over for any notable damage. It came out pretty clean along that length of the ride, fortunately for him. As he dismounted and turned off the motorcycle, he began loading the firearm with colorful feathery rounds of ammunition. What? 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 So I was thinking this guy was gonna be like a fucking sniper dude. Just, a measure of backup. But, now it seems like he's not bearing a sniper rifle, just a tranquilizer rifle. At least that's what I'm getting. Like colorful, feathery rounds. What else could it be but sedative shots? Strange. Chapter 26. Whenever anyone has offended me, I try to raise my soul so high that the offense cannot reach it. Rene Descartes. Wasn't Descartes kind of an asshole? Honestly, this quote, if that's true, this quote would pretty much match the bill. As far as its use for the chapter, well, gee, I wonder what will happen. Maybe someone will get offended. Enough gunfire. Cassandra emerged from behind a door to a hallway inside the bank. She had a face like a strict mother, irritated with supposedly mistreating their children. Wait, what? She had a face like a strict mother, irritated with supposedly mistreating their children. What? What? What does that mean? It's such a... I probably didn't mean to phrase it like that, it's just... But I typed it this way, and it doesn't reflect well on Cassandra. I'll just say that much. Logan looked at her in acknowledgement, but didn't lose any of his expressed ferocity. "Cass, get out of here!" he shouted. "This disgusting creep is too dangerous to keep alive. What'd I say earlier about you trusting me this time?" "I'm sorry, Logan," Cassandra said, "but I've left in your hands quite enough for today, I think. Allow me to give an alternative option for the man." Cassandra walked to the pale man, grabbing him by the cheeks to have him make eye contact. She sweetly smiled to him, and it only made him groan. "How about this?" she said. "We won't fire at you, and we'll take the time to patch up your boys. In return, you don't fire at us, and you don't come back after you leave. The people in this bank are under my watch, and they will stay protected while under my watch." Department of Redundancy Department. "Are you and I clear on that, young man?" Young man? Aren't you like 22? The man scrunched up his neck to adjust Cassandra's hold on his face. He bit her hand in retaliation while growling like a wild animal. Strangely enough, she wasn't getting hurt this time. However, from the man shaking around, she released the hold she had on his face. "Back off, you dirty whore!" he yelled. God. Yeah, real edgy. Who's an edgy boy? You are. You're such an edgy boy. "See, Cass," Logan said, gritting his teeth. "This guy and his goonies will not be reasoned with. It's not worth the risk to keep them running around." "I hate people like you," the man ranted. "I'm sick and freaking tired of mind tricks from mask-wearing diva frauds like you. There's no point getting a national leader again. The hellish cycle will just start all over again through the years. No. I'm not letting a manipulative, lying broad like you say whatever, and automatically make it a whole rule for the Ecosian public. You don't rule any of us. We will not be dictated by anything other than what truly matters, and that's freedom. Kinda based, honestly. That's actually pretty based. The man was becoming visibly hysterical under the pressure of everyone. Despite whatever harm he wasn't able to cause now, he still had a fighting spirit. Some veins in his forehead were visibly throbbing against his clammy skin, and Cassandra had to pause a moment to restrain her own disgust. You truly do not understand who you're talking to, she muttered. Also, wait a minute. How does he know what Cassandra's whole deal is? How does he know? Like, how, what? They just met. They literally just met. How does... What? What? I don't get it. Okay. You truly do not understand who you're speaking to, she muttered. Your freedom, along with everyone else's, is listed as a top priority with me. Bullshit, the man said. Oh, if you only knew, sir. Maybe if you were more respectful and open to negotiation, I could better explain myself to you. Unfortunately, it seems you only intend to leave it at time telling you. I know what you're up to. I know what kind of foul tricks you're spewing out of that chirpy little mouth of yours. It's exactly that sort of talk that gets me pissed off. Keep talking like you are, and I promise that someone in here will get bloodthirsty. Logan pressed a shotgun barrel up into the man's temple area. His index finger was shaking with anticipation as it remained wrapped at the gun's trigger. All I know is, Cassandra sighed, while I'm in charge, no one's freedoms are going to be brushed aside. As ACOS currently is, no one is happy, despite their unlimited freedom. I mean... there was the whole, like... completely destroying and, like, leaving everything to ash that kind of made everything suck, not the freedom itself. But anyway, is that what you and your men really believe? That there's only true freedom when that's all there is? All it's very much done is make people suffer and fear everything around them. This is no good alternative, and everyone here knows it. I'm sorry you believe me to be a fake, but people like you, your men, as well as Logan and these church-going folks are almost the entire reason why I aim for the top to begin with. Despite the trouble you've caused us today, I care about you, and people exactly like you. Yeah, I hate this. I am screaming internally. The man looked towards Logan with a snicker, but was unable to meet him in the eye completely. The gunmen at the door began to either slightly lower or raise their arms, unsure how much Cassandra's speaking was working. Go ahead, love, the creep chuckled. The creep. God. Keep gabbing on all you like. You might have me surrounded. I might be forced to listen to you. But you forget, no good deed goes unpunished. Cassandra lowered her brows in slight confusion, while Logan's eyes darted around the area. Regardless of the puzzling statement, the young woman shook it off. "Let's get a mechanic to fix up your ride," she said. "Once it's repaired, you will be the first to leave our town. Do we understand each other?" Logan flinches in an awkward way, looking in pain before going limp and falling unconscious onto the ground. The man in front of them swiped the shotgun from off of the floor, before rapidly pumping and firing to the gunman at the door. He darted around inside the room to avoid their fire before grabbing onto a bewildered Cassandra across the shoulder, switching places with her as the hostage. "Here we go," he smirked. He shoved the barrel to the side of her head and pulled the trigger for the sixth and last shot. Wait. Wait. Man in front of them swiped the shotgun from off the floor before rapidly pumping and firing to the gunman at the door. What do you mean, sixth and last shot? Like, how big is the clip? I don't know, I wasn't picturing that type of shotgun. With the shocking lack of red splattering all over the place, he looked up to the girl with shock and irritation. "I guess you missed," said Cassandra. The pale man snarled and dug his knee into her back just above her waist. She winced as she was bent over forwards, her chest prominently standing forth. Wait, what? Dug his knee into her back just above her waist. She winced as she was bent over forwards, her chest prominently standing forth. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking, like, knee in the gut. And so, like, she was bending over, but no. No, she's bending back. All the way back. A sudden sharp sting rose up from Cassandra's lower neck. Sticking out from just above her collarbone was a needle with colorful, feathery ends. Within moments, her whole range of consciousness slipped past into darkness. As she went out cold, her black journal slipped from her person and flipped down onto the floor. The man smirked as he grabbed Cassandra and her black journal. In spite of his small physique, he didn't have any noticeable difficulty carrying a young woman that was actually taller than him. The armed gang members at the door had growled and hissed with each other as they were useless to do anything about the enemy. "Now," the man said, "if there are no other interruptions, this time I got to what we came here for. Or, it's time I got to what we came here for." He backed up with the limp Cassandra towards the hallway that would lead to the targeted refugees. As he continued shuffling towards a more open space, he dragged the young woman up against a wall. He set her up proper, making sure she wasn't in any awkward position. He flipped through her black book, scoffing as he tossed it to the corner. Kind of oddly polite of him. With sitting him up, or sitting her up. Like, not with flipping through and tossing her book. He exchanged another slap across the woman's face, smiling sadistically. "I'll deal with you once I'm all done here," he said. The clammy creep drew out a handgun and stroked it with his other hand. Phrasing, Issy, phrasing. "Alrighty now," he called out. "Let's hope you all enjoy the so-called afterlife you so fervently believe in. Who wants to be the first to die?" A rush came in through the back doors behind him, provoking him to turn around. Before he could blink, a reddened fist flew right into his nose bridge. Dun 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 dun! Chapter 27. Man is a competitive creature, and the seeds of conflict are built deep into our genes. We fought each other on the savannah and only survived against great odds by organizing ourselves into groups which would have had a common purpose, giving morale and fortitude. Robert Winston. I'm kind of calling bullshit on that one. I call bullshit. That sounds like bullshit. I don't believe this bullshit. The man was thrown off balance from the sudden strike. The handgun slipped out of his grasp and slid next to Cassandra. He turned back with a greatly bloody nose, only to be met with another fist slugging him in the right cheekbone. Following that was a foot firmly lunging at him and into his ribs. The pale man was getting tired with being a punching bag, and so he lunged directly forward at the opponent with his shoulder. He managed to get the attacker off their feet, giving him a chance to look over who was beating him up. It was a girl he had seen back on the road to Thomaston, holding a teary-eyed expression of pure fury. Emily's skin was noticeably redder across her face, arms, and shins. She huffed angrily to the man, contrasting with her. "What's this?" he grumbled. "A bear cub trying to act tough, huh? I figured the sun would burn you into toast before I'd see you again." Emily said nothing, only regaining her stance as she swung her right fist towards the pale man. He sidesteps her, though she uses the momentum to swing her foot across his face. Wait. Right fist. So is it like she's using one leg like kept in place as balance? Like to balance herself, and then like as she's punching with her fist, like she's punching far enough that it raises her leg up and then she kicks from there? Kind of awkward choreography, but okay. Again, it kind of rings me as cartoon-like. The force carried him over flat onto the wall, but he could still keep standing. I don't believe that. I don't care how tough Emily is supposed to be, I do not buy the idea of her kicking him so hard that he is propelled backwards towards the wall behind him. "I figured your ethereal sky daddy hated violence," he wheezed. "You just want to prove you're a big shot among your fellow lunatics, don't you?" "They don't do anything for me," Emily snarled. "You, on the other hand?" She lunged an elbow into the man's gut, feeling the wind getting knocked out of him. Emily had gritted her teeth in pain along with him, her skin feeling immensely irritated with each move she made. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo frickety hoo. Should have reconsidered running through those clouds, she thought. Oh! Oh! She fucking ran through the tear gas clouds? Emily, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck, girl? Oh my god. Okay, now we're getting into that flavor of dumb that's actually kind of enjoyable. This is ridiculous. Before she could punch the pinned man, he picked her up by her waist and threw her down onto her back against the hard tile floor. Emily yelped, but she persisted as she stared down the man with raging eyes. She kicked the man's shin, and he knelt down in pain under her reflex. She went for another kick across the guy's face, but he quickly twisted around to block it with his shoulder. "What's this all about, really?" the man asked. "I knew you'd be trouble for her," Emily muttered under her breath. The pale creep glanced over at the unconscious Cassandra and smugly grinned as the dots started to connect. "How cute," he said. "Are you angry that I ended up coming out on top of your girlfriend? She really got on my nerves. She barely put up a fight. It felt good to slap her the first time she spoke. For starters, the use of girlfriend, ew. There's an age difference here, sir. Maybe you are a creep. Just not quite in the way I intended." Okay, yeah, that's that's all I had to note about that. Emily growled, twisting around and swinging her fist back towards the man. He managed to react fast enough to grab her fist, following up with a knee into her gut. As she crouched over in pain, the pale man put his foot onto her back like a stool. "I don't see how you could be so worked up," he said. "She's chasing an idealistic world, a fantasy, where everyone in Akos will have a chance to be brought back to the good times, back to the way it was. Don't you see the problem with that, kid?" Emily rolled out from under the hold of his foot, lunging for him in an uppercut, and managed to brush past the tip of his nose, though it still hurt as a result from her first blow. Yeah, this is definitely coming across as, like, anime fight scene in my head. Like, that's totally the vibe here. He reached out and grabbed her arms from behind, pressing his foot back against the lower curve in her spine to force her into another hold. "Once everything goes back to normal," he continues, "the process will just start all over again. Politician after politician, leader after leader. The cycle of corruption will just overtake them again and turn our world into worse shit than this. What makes you believe that the brown-haired broad there could prevent any of that?" Again, he's not wrong. Emily looked at Cassandra at the other wall beside her, wincing with pain as she was held by her outstretched arms. "Yeah," said the man. "Doesn't seem all that much like reality, does it? It would all just defeat itself eventually. After all, Akos isn't completely without restraint as it is. Gangs have leaders, and people still look to each other a lot of times to survive out here. A new single leader is just a pipe dream now. Power is addicting, and people don't like giving it up when they have it. The political lineage will sloop back over time, and history repeats itself. So let it go, little ladybug." Okay, and you're kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of phoning it in. Emily's face contorted with contempt for the nickname, and she persisted to try and struggle out of her position. She quickly relaxed her upper body as she then jabbed the man's knee with a backwards kick. Sure enough, the man had let her go in a reflex, but as she turned around, he landed his fist directly under her nose. Emily fell over onto the ground, her gums bleeding from inside her mouth. Wait. Oh, so, like, it was under her nose, but not necessarily, like, under and up. Right? So, in essence, he just punched her in the mouth. "You pathetic fucking runt," the man muttered. "Drums time!" didn't open this can of soda for nothing. Yeah, this whole sequence is a ride. It's like, yeah, I'm getting into just how silly it all is, you know, but a lot of the guys monologuing is kind of, it's like, okay, get on with it. We got it. Just keep punching. Just keep fighting. No more of this villainous monologuing. Like, yeah, I totally agree with some of your points. Yeah, sure, it's cool, but like, it's not news to me. Cream sody. Cream sody. Yum yum. He kneeled down in front of Emily, grabbing and holding her wrists down. He made sure his legs were between the teens, and now she would... Wait. He made sure his legs were between the teens. Kneel down. Okay, so he's on his knees. He's on his knees and he's leaning over top, like grabbing and holding down her wrists. And his knees are between her legs, which that visualization is very... It's coming across as kind of yikes to me, but I know that that wasn't the intent. Anyway. He made sure his legs were between the teens, and now she was effectively restrained without much to break her free. All she could do was struggle under the man's grasp as he smiled at her with his ugly teeth. "I guess you're just eager to die then," he said. "Very well then." Eager to die then. Very well then. I love this department, a redundancy department. I am a regular customer. The man reached behind in his pocket while laying his elbow across Emily's collarbone. Oh wait, so she's on her back. I see. Okay. He swiftly pulled out a butterfly knife, flipping it around until the sharp blade exposed itself across the girl's throat. The creepy man licked his lips. "I admire your fighting spirit, kid," he whispered. "You're even pretty cute for your age." Okay, yeah, he is a creep. "Too bad it's all downhill from here. You're a free meal for the jackals now." From the wall beside them, eyes began to flitter open from the darkness of unconsciousness. Cassandra made light gasps of air as she began to come to. She needed a moment to evaluate her surroundings before being fully alerted with seeing the pale man from earlier. Emily gave one last struggle to try and escape the threat of the knife. In her thrashing, she headbutted the weapon out of the man's hand. How lucky. Sick with putting up with the girl's drive to fight, he punched her across the face, followed with another. The intervals of time she had to retaliate became shorter as the man on top of her continuously beat her over and over. Her nose started to bleed, and one of her lower teeth was almost completely struck out of her gums. Maybe it was a baby tooth. The man wrapped his fingers to each side of Emily's face and 3 times slammed the back of her head against the hard floor. In that moment, Emily ceased all movement and was quickly knocked out. Cassandra watched in horror for her friend, tears rolling down her cheeks. Her hand brushed against an object beside her, and she instinctively grabbed it. She looked down to notice it was a handgun, and she immediately threw it up and pointed it directly to the man's side. He quickly swiped the balisong off the ground beside him, and in one movement he prepared to lunge it into Emily's heart. The sound of a gunshot pierced through the air within the bank. What? Is this where the Jesus metaphor breaks? Chapter 28. Next to hurting my family, cheating on me is the worst thing someone could do. Robert Buckley. I'm pretty sure this is just here for the hurting my family part. Because, like, the cheating bit... The cheating bit is not only not applicable between Cassandra and Emily, but that's the way it should be. Like, that's... No. Stop. Anyway. A bullet had entered through the pale man's muscles beside his waist, and he cried out in great pain. He glared back to see a revived Cassandra, growling at her. The young woman was feeling none too altruistic either, her face reddened with building anger. After firing the shot, she threw the gun into a window, where it flew away as the glass shattered. Kind of pathetic glass now that I think of it. This is supposed to be a bank. The short man stood up with a slight limp as he held onto his wound. With a roar, he dashed towards Cassandra, shooting his other fist towards her. Like, fucking... I'm just picturing, like, fucking Bionic Commando. Like, it's a robotic, like, fucking... like, repel hand. Like, just pew! Fucking rocket fist. The girl stood stoically, waiting for the impact. As the man's knuckles made contact with her skin, the sound of loud cracking filled the inside of his hand. Cries of sheer pain echoed through the building as the man's hand was disfigured and broken. Cassandra firmly stepped over into a corner of the room, picking up her black journal from the floor. She stared back towards her enemy, while flipping through the pages of her book. After peeking through her writings, Cassandra shuts the book and puts it away. She approaches the pained man and forced him to meet her dark gaze. The man was still furious with her, but he began to shiver with an impending sense of dread. Yeah, okay. Back off, Cassandra commanded. With a brief pull and a push on his collar, Cassandra threw the man across herself. The man was sent flying so hard out of the back doors that they came off their hinges. He rolled across the dry, hot dirt for well over 20 more feet. As his flailing body had finally come to a stop, he coughed and struggled to even roll over onto his back. Wow. She had the courtesy of not throwing him so hard that he loses fucking consciousness. How considerate for our Jesus analog. Cassandra quickly and sternly walked the distance that her toss had covered. As she approached the greatly injured man, she pushed him with her foot onto his back. She grimly stared at him, drained of most of her remorse. The creep couldn't feel anything more than his pain and the complete terror for the woman in front of him now. I'm willing to protect anyone through diplomatic means, Cassandra said, and negotiate to bring everyone the peace and rights they deserve. You can hurt me all you want, and I won't stop you. However, there's something you should take heed of. The young woman put her foot over one of the man's thighs, pushing against it with great assertion. I don't like people who don't know what true peace means, she continued. In fact, it's not even just that, no. It's that you actively try to hurt any people whose ideals you do not agree with, all in the name of peace. But even that's not going to the furthest tip. No. It's when people like you... Cassandra continued, pressing her foot further into the man's thigh. He groans with more pain as a spot in his knee cracks like how one would crack their knuckles. End up hurting the ones that matter the most to the cause of peace, she resumed. That I find reason to consider you my enemy. The girl you punched out cold is vital to this vision, because she is a vital part of me. So the next time you think you can beat her and push her down to the ground, her foot presses deeper yet, overwhelming pain coming over the small man. You can be sure I'll beat and push you down to hell. With one last push of her foot, the loud crack of a broken femur faintly echoed in the space around. Echoed? Come on now. The pain of the fractured bone caused the man to gasp for breath before quickly going unconscious. From around the building, Logan's gunmen gathered around to evaluate the situation. Cassandra turned around, all of her energy and emotion depleted from all the action. And, exhausting the trying to be a badass tanks. She walked back inside the bank, the group of church folks peeking from their hiding places. The girl approached Emily, still knocked out, before exhaling and falling over next to her friend. Her eyes closed and a tear fell down her cheek as the corner of her mouth twitched into a smirk. All was said and done until the following evening. Wow, that was another surprisingly short chapter. Literally, this chapter only consisted of Cassandra waking up and basically trying to finish this guy off in every way she could, except, just short of killing him. So in a way, I think Cassandra just tortured a guy. I think that's kind of what the... no, really. I think that's all it was. It was... She was feeling vengeful. And in the vengeance, she caused... a whole lot more injury to the guy alongside his, whatever damage or wounds he had from fighting Emily. Probably not much better than, or not anything any worse than maybe heavy bruising, but still. Gunshot wound to his side, and then his hand got fucking busted from trying to punch Cassandra, and then she fucking threw him violently outside the entrance of the bank, to which he skidded for 20 more feet. And then she came back over to him and broke his femur bone, to which he went unconscious from the pain. I'm pretty sure that qualifies as torture to some extent. Cassandra just tortured a guy. Like, yeah, he was a creep, but, like, he got pretty fucked up. Anywho. Chapter 29. It is better to lead from behind and to put others in front, especially when you celebrate victory when nice things occur. You take the front line when there is danger. Then people will appreciate your leadership. Nelson Mandela. That's the second Mandela quote we got from this draft. I surmise that this is more humble bragging. This is just him doing more humble bragging. The straggling Phantom Mamba member with the large rifle had picked up the pale man while everyone had their backs turned. The sound of faint rumbling had sounded off within minutes of the conflict's resolution. You can definitely tell where my head is. All of Logan's gunmen had kept quiet to make sure that the threat was really leaving. As the riders departed down the long stretch of road, the 3 scouts left their positions to join the aiding of those who were injured. Logan was still under the effect of the sedative shot, but there were surprisingly no injuries to be found anywhere. Cassandra and Emily were both carried to outside the front of the bank. Once the teen girl's injuries and beatings were noticed, they brought her to an empty laundromat for more extensive care. As good a place as any, I guess. They couldn't risk leaving her exposed to the elements in her condition. The girl's face and torso were greatly bruised, as well as a black eye. The tooth that was punched loose eventually fell out, making her mouth bleed that much more. I mean, if it was nearly knocked loose, like, the crevice is already gonna be bleeding a fair bit, methinks. I don't think fully removing the tooth at that point would really change much. Despite the damages and loss, there were still those who were thankful and celebrating the victory. That should be despite the damages and losses. Or damage and losses. Damages and loss. I don't know, that doesn't sound right to me. The church group gathered together to pray for the 2 girls' health and thanking their God for watching over and protecting them. As the sun had set, Cassandra was brought back to Sheila's cafe and laid down in a booth while some of Logan's men kept an eye on her. Cole had been caught up in treating some of the injured gunmen, but was now given the chance to pay a visit to her. Daniel tagged along, prepared to express gratitude on behalf of the religious folks. Oh yeah, Daniel was the leader of the church people. Even Fahima went along to check in on the young woman, though it was less out of concern and more for her association with her superiors. So, obligation. A collection of candles were lit around the interior, making the place out to seem quite romantic. Eventually, Cassandra's eyes slowly opened, grumbling as the bright center of the candle irritated her. Quite romantic. Like, literally just after torturing a guy. Here comes Fahima being like, hey, beautiful. I mean, let's see. Would I be gay enough to pull that? I think it's all in the framing. Like, yeah, I mean, if I saw a girl fucking curb stomp a creepy dude, fucking launching him at 20 feet across a street, and, like, at least from the looks of it, effortlessly, stepping down and breaking his femur, I would be like, just fuck me now. It's like, why does he get all the fun? But I think, I think, so far with all the framing of this story, I don't know if I would do that to Cassandra, but I think the idea, just the idea alone, it's like, treating her for her wounds just after she fucking tortured a guy, caused him to pass out from pain, having helped the fucking cafe get an all, like, dim and romantic lighting. the word romantic was used. And so it seems like it's setting up this scenario that is hilarious to me. But anyway. Welcome back to reality, Cole said. Glad to see you awake, Fahima said formally. Cassandra squinted a little, less from the bright light and more in confusion. What happened? She slurred. A miracle, that's what, Daniel cheered. Cassandra wiped her eyes, sitting up straighter in her seat. She looked at the middle-aged man with an unchanged, sleepy confusion. Oh, how many words there are to say, the man continued. And yet, where do I even start? I couldn't count how many times we have all said thank you for your service you've given us, for the service you've given us today. The memory started to kick in as Cassandra listened to the man's praise, being slapped in the face by a pale creep, tossing him out of the bank like a rag doll, him beating up Emily as she woke from the sedative. Where's Emily? Cassandra gasped. Don't worry, Cole muttered. She's doing all right. She's in a different place down the street for better care. The girl got pretty messed up back there. We'll stick around to see her better too, Daniel stated. God does marvelous things, he does. I mean, just look at what he was able to bless you with, Cassandra. Cassandra lowered her brows, puzzled once again. I'll just go now to see to Logan, Fahima whispered to Cole. Right behind you, Cole replied. Wait, huh? I don't know, did Cassandra just, having a more tense expression alone just completely change the vibes of everything? It's kind of nonsense. The two departed out the front doors, leaving a couple of their men to overhear the conversation unfolding. I mean, honestly, said Daniel, if we didn't know better, we might just make you out to be a messiah. Such great power to vanquish great evils. God is surely smiling on you to carry out his deeds like so. Or to carry out his deeds like so. Cassandra stood up out of the booth, crossing her arms as she listened intently. When I heard that you wanted to lead Akos into prosperity again, I admit I was filled with doubts. I was so sure that you were another fool doomed to have a reality crashing down on top of themselves. But now, I am surely convinced. You are more than just another fool, another person with a pipe dream. On behalf of my friends and family, we would be honored to have you in charge, bringing God back into a good... Let me stop you right there, Cassandra interrupted. Here she is about to explain how she's totally not the Jesus metaphor. My goals and your God's goals are not the same. Divinity has nothing to do with me. What are you saying? Daniel asked. Of course God has something to do with you. He has something to do with all of us. As far as you know. I think if God had any sort of plan for Akos himself, someone like me wouldn't even exist. Or, let me rephrase. Someone with my abilities would not exist. The reason for that is exactly for times like this. I am grateful that you now have faith in me, but if I were anyone's Messiah, I wouldn't be yours. So, she's not she's not totally rejecting the label of Messiah. Jeez. Like I precisely said, we know better than to see you as a Messiah. And yet you're so quick to believe that God is solely responsible for what I've done today. I can do great deeds with my powers, but I can also do great evil. Also, I don't appreciate you implying that anyone that opposes me is evil. The man I had to get physical with may be violently misguided, but they were just as much another human being as anyone here, and I loathe the thought of using my talents to beat anyone up. But I still did it. It might not have been right, but it was done by my own judgment, not your God's. So, where are we on the self-awareness meter? Daniel bowed his head in thought, while forcing back any expressions or gestures of disappointment. I'm gonna take another little Wawa slurp. Apparently, cream soda leaves me susceptible to the constant clearing of throat. I might be willing to protect those who believe in God, Cassandra sighed, but I will not be put on a pedestal that I don't strive for myself. God's goals and my goals will remain separate, thank you very much. The older man hesitantly nodded. Well, he said, regardless of what you say or believe, we owe you much for giving us sanctuary. Whatever you do now, we will support it as best we can. Cassandra gave Daniel a reassuring smile before he departed from the diner. She sat back down in the booth next to her, pulling out her black journal and browsing through the pages quietly. Ain't some of those people celebrating or something? One of the gunmen whispered. Yeah, lucky them, huh? The other replied. Too bad alcohol's getting pretty scarce out here. I'd kill for a beer. You know, Cassandra butted in, it's not much, but I think I have something that could help. Ma'am? They both ask. Why don't you get some of the boys up here? We'll have a celebration if you all want one so badly. Okay. Suddenly there's a party. Because Cassandra said so. Chapter 30. Oh, Lily Pals, we're in the home stretch. We're in the home stretch. We're almost done. We are so close. Too often we underestimate the power of a touch, a smile, a kind word, a listening ear, an honest compliment, or the smallest act of caring, all of which have the potential to turn a life around. Leo Buscaglia? Buscalia? I don't know. That's true. Yeah, that's pretty... I would agree with that. Within the hour, Logan had come to. Many familiar faces surrounded him as he was laid against the wall. As his vision cleared up and his mind vaguely refreshed, he uttered a curse to himself. Though many of his men were safe, he knew for certain that not all of them were present, let alone spared. The young man came out practically unscathed, though the dust and dirt all over his body would make him almost appear as if he really was roughed up. He quickly stood up, brushed himself off, and stared around the entire building. "Where's the creep that tried to kill us?" he asked. "He escaped, sir," the scout Anissa responded. "Though, just barely. Cassandra and her friend had managed to give him a reason not to come back. Mostly the former." Logan looked at the man quizzically. "Wait. Scout Anissa. I was thinking that was one of the hijab women. Apparently not? Just another random named character, I guess." Logan looked at the man quizzically. "You mean," he mumbled, "like beating him up? Not any diplomatic, peaceful negotiation like she usually does?" "Including throwing him several feet out of the back doors and breaking his femur, yes." Or no, including throwing... I keep thinking it's one of the girls. Logan put his palm across his face in shock and awe. It was too bad he had to miss out on that spectacle. He also wondered what it took to bring the young woman to resort to such violence. Back in Nora's Rock, she never even lifted a finger at him. At that moment, he was reminded of another piece of the puzzle. "Do we know where Emily is?" asked Logan. "Yes, sir," Anissa said. "She's receiving more extensive care in the abandoned laundromat down the street." "How well is she now?" "She'll pull through, but she looks pretty bad. You never tell that she was doing fine just by looking at her, though." I feel like that second sentence could have just been omitted entirely and the same point could have been communicated. Eventually, approaching the scene was Cole and Fahima. Relieved that their leading man had recovered, Logan dismissed Anissa and waved for Cole to come over. The large man stepped over and crossed his arms with a slight grin on his face. Logan put a hand on his shoulder, sighing as he tried to absorb all he's been told. "Man, what do I ask first?" he said. "Asking about Cassandra or the church folks would be a start," said Cole. Okay. Shoot. Wait. Weird phrasing. We're getting into a lot of weird phrasing with these last few chapters. I don't know what that was about. Was I in a hurry? This might have been around the time that, like, the end of November was inching up closer and closer. So my deadline was drawing closer and closer, and so I was a little more reckless in some of my writing. Well, not reckless, but, like, rushed. Cassandra's fine, but she's pretty tired right now. None of the people that came in today have been killed, so I'd say it's a mission success. Jeez, how much of them are praying to God about their victory? I wasn't there for that conversation. Logan pulled out a cigarette from the pack in his pocket, along with a lighter. As he puffed, he could already feel himself start to simmer down. He looked up towards Cole, a smirk working its way onto his face. You know, he said, I guess this means I owe a thank you to you. For what? Cole asked. I still underestimated Cassandra, and you knew I was. Now I see that I gotta start trusting her more. Sounds like a thank you and an apology is in order in that case. Hey, don't get greedy on me, big guy. No. It's not me who you need to say them to. The two men chuckled as they observed some of their men heading into Sheila's cafe for whatever reason. Logan patted Cole's shoulder and took another puff. They might be celebrating, said the dark man. I could've... That's weird. You up for some partying? Logan sighed. Not just yet. Before I get all sappy on Cassie, there's someone I gotta pay a visit to. You head up without me, I'll catch up. Before Cole walked off completely, he briefly muttered something to the two scouts. As he continued on his way, neither of them decided to tag along, instead going elsewhere. Logan eyeballed around the street as he took another puff. Fairly satisfied, he tossed down the cigarette and stomped on it. The streets began to grow quiet as the evening crept closer. Crept closer. All the men either preparing for a small celebration or readjusting to their regular night watch shifts. The moon was a little past its first quarter phase, glowing well into the sky as the sun had totally disappeared. Logan casually walked out to the other side of the street, careful not to strain himself if there were any sore spots he didn't know about. He never had any reason to trust his own body if he was brought back from a period of unconsciousness. His tennis shoes skidded and clapped against the concrete, and he halted as he peeked through one of the building's windows. A candle had been lit inside, though there was just enough reflection in the window to prevent any kind of clarity for what was inside. He pushed the building's door open, a hiss of wind rushing inside. Inside was mostly what could be expected, a bunch of washing machines and dryers. Only thing was, they were all pushed towards the walls to make for more room in the interior. Lying on top of 3 machines was Emily, a candle lit just a little ahead of her. To Logan's surprise, no one else was around. He wasn't sure whether to just assume it was resting time or if whoever was taking care of the girl was starting to slack. He approached the teen, still out cold. Taking the candle, he waved it around over her to see her condition more clearly. Emily's beaten face looked even worse with the candle's lighting. Her usual clothes were removed for the sake of her care, though her chest and abdomen looked nearly just as bad. Logan sighed, before setting the candle back down and patting her hand. Good fighting, kid, he whispered. Real good. Glad to have you back. The girl's fingers started to weakly wrap themselves around the young man's hand. Within a few moments, her eyes blinked open and she quietly mapped out where she was. Logan had flinched once she began to wake. Emily turned her head, looking at her hand and then at who it belonged to. Her face remained blank, simply blinking as Logan was kept in an awkward position. Hey, he stifled. Glad to, see your gears kicking in again. Where am I? Emily whispered. Just a laundromat, but, you're back in Thomaston. Where's Cassandra? Back at the diner, but we'll wait to see her tomorrow. You're looking pretty terrible right now, can't have you leaving just yet. In that instance, Emily winced as a wave of pain came over her. Logan was prepared to lift her upwards, but she waved a hand in dismissal. It probably looks worse than it feels, she said. The girl slowly swung her feet off the surface of the machines, a little surprised to find there were no shoes or socks on her feet. Her eyes browsed up and down her arms and body, observing all the superficial damage. At least the one eye that was blackened and swollen wasn't her dominant eye. Emily then looked back up to Logan, who simply curled his lips and gave a light shrug. "Shocking that you didn't get hurt," she said. "I figured you'd be the first they'd want to kill off." "How do you mean?" Logan asked, lowering his brow. "Well, if you were in charge of defending everyone, it would make sense that they'd aim to take you out first." "Huh. Right, yeah. How's Cassandra?" "She's fine. She got a little exhausted from the fracas, but that's all." "Good, good." Emily looked out the window into the growing darkness of the night. She ran her fingers through her hair, sighing with a sense of melancholy. "So where did you run off to?" Logan asked. "Cass has been pretty worried about you since this morning." Emily said hesitantly. We, Come on, make words for me. "We kind of, got into a fight." Logan raised his head in understanding, then took a seat on one of the washing machines next to Emily. He took out a cigarette, but after a second thought he put it away. He felt that smoking in this place at this time would be inappropriate. "Care to tell me about it while I'm still here?" he asked. "I don't think that's a good idea." Emily trailed off. "Hey, after today, I don't think there's much that could be said to make today worse than it's already gotten. So shoot." The teenage girl made a slight groan, but understood enough to comply. "Basically, I told her how I thought it was a bad idea to take you in." Logan's lips twisted upward before burst out laughing, with a little snort included. Now he was glad he hadn't ended up lighting a cigarette, otherwise he wouldn't laugh quite as hard. "All that tells me," he chuckled, "is that you ain't a dumb girl. I wouldn't trust me either." "Why not?" Emily inquired. "If you can't trust yourself, who could you trust out there? Or who could you trust out there?" "Listen, Em, I've had the span of 20-something years to figure out who I am. I'll come clean. I'm a pretty mean man-bitch. You might as well say I've got a few loose screws, and a lot of my men will definitely tell you that much. But guess what? Growing up, I had almost no support. Big shock, right? My parents, friends, and even a few boyfriends here and there were freaked out when I told them all out front that I was a guy. And I wanted to join a gang. Keep in mind, I was romanticizing that lifestyle back then. Anyway, at that point, I pretty much lost everybody. It was at that moment in my life that every freaking second, I wasn't at home. I wasn't with my real family, even if I did come out of the woman that raised me. Over the years, I met Cole, a lot of my men, the 3 scouts, feeling more at home with them than I've ever felt since. When I was with them, I learned more about my short temper, my goals, my sense of morality, all that fun self-reflection stuff. When I looked at myself, I was pretty content with who I was, even if I wouldn't trust another guy like me. All I needed was other folks I knew I could trust to be content with me. That's all that matters. Whoever likes you as you are. Or that's all that matters. Whoever likes you as you are. Emily sat with polite interest for the young man's colorful speech, though in her mind were still the same sort of doubting thoughts. "So," she muttered, "why do you sound so okay with me right now?" "Let's call it optimism," Logan snickered. "I know you've still got a ways to grow yet. Not only that, but Cassandra's part of my life now, along with the rest of my crew. Since me and her are pretty much out seeking the same goal, it only makes sense to watch out for my own. And I don't know if you've noticed, but, you're kinda special to her, you know? I've had some time to prepare for a moment like this, since you kinda stand out compared to Cass. So you're only tolerating me out of obligation to my best friend? I wouldn't put it that way. More like, I don't know. A new step-sibling that you tend to bicker with. But have a few times to warm each other's hearts. Granted, that's just me. I don't know how our dynamic is working inside your noggin. Emily leaned forward, crossing her arms over her knees in deeper thought. Right now, she feels a little too brain-dead from the beating she received earlier today. You could also look at it from this angle, Logan continued. There's that one law in nature. Something about actions making positive and negative reactions. Anyway, if it would help my case, I could tell you that the positive result in having me along for the ride is all the protection and support that you and Cassandra have now. Even if you kinda earned it the hard way. I know that already, Emily said. But what I was mostly worried about was you eventually betraying us when we were most vulnerable. Well, there's only one answer I got for that. I ain't my old family. I might have several kinds of flaws, but dishonesty ain't anywhere in the mix. I can't stand people who could do that. Me neither. The two shared a glance at each other, Logan smirking in approval. As he turned his gaze to the floor, he made an expression akin to having an epiphany. You know, he said, I just realized. Speaking of positive and negative results, I actually told Cassandra that I didn't want any of those church people taken into refuge in this town. I can only guess she was really trusting, Emily mumbled. That's exactly what I thought too. Those 3 guys that attacked us were after the folks we were given protection to, so I thought they should have hit the road. Cassandra wouldn't have it, and I knew the negative of that was getting attacked. However, the positive... What? The positive end was that they were the reason you came back. Ain't it? Emily stared into space for a moment, and then shrugged. More or less, I suppose. Logan chuckled. What a fun-filled coinky-dink. Logan kicked his feet back onto the floor and stared out the window. He patted Emily on the knee, trying to work up more words to say. Over by the diner, he said. It looks like most of the boys are gathering around for a small victory party. Are you going? Emily asked. Yep. I just wanted to check in on you for a bit before I headed over there with them. Might be a good idea if you got some more rest. Are you kidding? I want to come too. You sure? Walking that distance doesn't seem to be in your capabilities yet. What didn't I just get done saying about me looking worse than I feel? Okay then. I want to have you walk over to the door. Just gotta be sure. Emily slid off the machine and her legs shook violently before she got a hold of her balance. She took a few baby steps and then stood normally. See? She said. I got this. Upon shifting her weight with a single regular step, a sore spot on her knee reacted to the pressure. Her leg began to buckle in the sudden pain and she was forced into kneeling. Logan scoffed before reaching down and helping her back up. I'll reward you for the effort, he snickered. Here, hop on. He crouched down, signaling to carry Emily on his back. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, legs in the spaces between his arms. You mean his armpits? Also, I don't care how much of a, you know, a tough girl facade that Emily is trying to play here. Like, she's she's not in any condition to be carried piggyback. Like, you know, um, this would probably be a better instance of, like, having her, like, carried up in, like, I don't know, maybe like a sled, a toboggan, perhaps a wheelchair if they scrounge around. Hi, RNG! Sorry to get to you a bit late. Here. You're on top of Cassandra's head. RN Jesus on top of the Jesus metaphor. Was that early Christmas dinner? Ah. I hope it was yummy. How is it positive that the transphobe is back, especially for Logan? Did I miss any sexism, transphobia, and racism? There was none of that. One of the biker Phantom Mamba guys was constantly described as a creep, despite, you know, it seeming to have, like, an anarchist train of thought, like, actual anarchist. Like, it was crude, but it's like, he said kinda based shit. But, yeah, he was kinda creepy in other ways, though, 'cause it's old. One thing you did miss is apparently, you know, to my recollection, kind of breaking the Jesus metaphor. Cassandra did kind of curb stomp his shit in. Mainly because, you know, Emily got back into town, saw Cassandra and shit, and they were in trouble. Emily came to the rescue, she got her shit kicked in. Cassandra woke up from a stupor and was like, okay, you do not lay a finger on that girl, even though she was already getting beaten up. In which case, you know, with the use of her powers, the guy's, incoming fist was basically collapsed from the impact. She grabbed him, threw him out the back doors of the bank, and he went skidding for 20 more feet across the dirt. And then, in a very threatening manner, kind of remorselessly, Cassandra stood over him, put her foot on the guy's thigh, and with her powers snapped his femur bone, from which he passed out from the pain. So I'm counting that as Cassandra effectively tortured a guy. Out of, vengeance. Fist explosion! Turn your other cheek, motherfucker. Yeah, that's basically the bulk of what you missed. The most interesting shit. Anywho. Where was I? Oh yeah, Emily is, like, super beaten up. And she's probably in no shape to be carried piggyback, let alone standing up and walking on her own, even though she's trying to be all tough and shit. Let's see. He crouched down, signaling to carry Emily on his back. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, legs in the spaces between his arms. He grunted as he lifted, but managed to keep balance surprisingly well. "You're lighter than I thought," said Logan. "I haven't been as well fed lately," Emily mumbled. "You're only just so lucky I'm still able-bodied." Hey, by the way, whatever happened to the fact that, whatever happened to Logan's arm being completely fucked up? Like, what happened to that? How long ago did that happen? I just remembered that. Like, that just occurred to me. Oh, hush up and get moving. The two departed the building and began to walk to the diner. The windows were lit with an unexpected yet considerable amount of light, though not enough to indicate the generator was turned on. It was likely all candles that were brought in by those who came by. Logan's legs already started to tire a little, but mostly because the diner sat on what's probably the only hill for several miles. Emily's previous doubts still lingered, only they felt more distant. Enough so she felt more satisfied with herself and others than she has in a while. Yeah, now, how about apologizing for the fucking transphobia some time ago, you fucking bitch? Honestly, Logan is being way too lenient about that, I would agree. Yuck! Icky! The injury was a conflict with the story, so it was reduced and gotten rid of. Yeah, you're right. You're so right. It was written out of the story. Chapter 31. This is a significant chapter, Lily Pals, because as far as effort and the length goes, this is the final full chapter in the draft. We're almost done. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. MLK Jr. Yeah, that's true. The inside of Sheila's cafe was significantly more lively than people were initially expecting. From outside, the muffled sound of young men chanting through their favorite songs emanated from within. It was strange for Logan to hear. He was used to his boys whispering to each other, and maybe laughing together at most. As the two came inside, there was a noticeably large amount of alcohol around. Last time it was checked, the diner was pretty much dried up of liquor and beer. Emily looked around quizzically at everyone around her, lost as to how such a spectacle was taking place. Cassandra was seen sitting on top of the bar counter, a bottle containing a milky yellow beverage. As opposed to some of the gang members, she still seemed pretty sober. "Hey, babe," one of the men shouted. "How are you not drunk yet? That's like your third bottle of that stuff." "This is my first bottle, though," Cassandra replied. "But baby, what were you drinking before?" "Sir, I'm not your girlfriend. She's over there." "Oh. Where's she now?" "In that booth. She's the one without her bra on." "Okay, thanks, babe." Cassandra rolled her eyes, chuckling with the drunken man's absurdity. Admittedly, I was kind of grinning a little bit, too. She turned to see Logan and Emily, and she made an expression both of glee and of concern. "Emily!" she gasped. "What's up, mi mejor amiga?" Emily said with a weak wave. Who taught her Spanish? Oh my god. First, Cassandra and knows shit about fucking automobiles and machinery, and now Emily knows Spanish? Oh, if only you woke up a little sooner or later. We could have a better chance to talk. Don't worry about me. I don't like repeating myself, but I look worse than I feel. Oh, good. Hang on just a moment. Will somebody make a boot space for Emily? At her exclamation, a few men kindly scooted out of their seats, allowing for the teen to sit with her legs out. Logan pushed down and behind their abdomen, stretching out his back from carrying the girl. He briefly mentioned catching up with Cassandra later, before wandering off to a different part of the diner. Cassandra pulled out another bottle that looked like her own and slid it over to Emily. "What's this?" the teen asked. "It's hard lemonade. I hear alcohol will help you loosen up. Just don't drink too much at once, or else it'll affect your head." Underage drinking. Let's go. Emily inspected the bottle silently before unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. She shivered with the sour taste sneaking up on her, but she was fairly impressed how refreshing it was. However, she considered her condition along with Cassandra's warning and only drank in sips. Also, wait a minute. She had a tooth knocked loose. I don't know if lemonade is a really good idea after, now that there's clearly a spot in her gums that's tender. "Cassie," another man shouted. Some of the guys here have some fun ideas we need you for." She responded. One of them walked up to her, his hands out in an exaggerated gesture. "Okay," he said. "You know how you tossed that one creepy-looking dude from out of the bank? I want to test how much more you can do. Just poke me right here in the chest. I want to see what happens." "Well," she murmured, "I can't exactly use my powers for just anything, you know. If I go too far, I might end up really hurting someone. Maybe even worse. Just tone yourself down so that we'll be safe. You can do that, right?" "Yes, but..." "Come on, we're seeking some thrills, just for tonight." Cassandra took a swig of her bottle and gave a submissive smile. "I suppose a few exercises wouldn't hurt," she said. The guys all clapped and cheered, and the one in front of her unbuttoned his jacket just enough to show a bare chest. Cassandra placed her index finger squarely in the center of his pecs and gently nudged inward. The young man was pushed into sliding right back to the booth he came from. Everyone was captivated with the sight, applauding Cassandra before she took another sip of her hard lemonade. Even Emily was rather amused with watching her friend pull these tricks. "Does someone have anything flammable?" Cassandra asked. "Oh no." "Oh no, she's losing it." Most everyone was oohing in response, and someone on the other side of the diner handed her a napkin from their table. "This is something..." Wait. Oh, okay, something flammable. "This is something I've actually wanted to see if I could do for a while," she said. With a single pinch and twist of her fingers, the napkin was lit on fire. "What?" As the cloth was incinerated into nothing, the people around the diner were further impressed with the sight. A single pinch and twist of her fingers, the napkin was lit on fire. So, essentially, snapping her fingers? What? What? Manipulating fucking friction? Emily flinched in surprise, never having seen her friend do something like that before. She quickly figured out how, though, just warping the conflict between the friction and her fingers. So dumb! Emily the racist knows Spanish? I told you there was a functioning society just off screen. I think what we peered into is the break room. Like, throughout the entirety of the book, we were looking at front stage, and now we're here in backstage, and everybody's just chill and having a good time. They're celebrating the fact that this draft is coming to an end. We're just going through the rounds now, just exhausting any of the little silly stuffs that are left over, so that there's nothing more to read through. Just exhausting all of it. Okay. I think I might need to step outside for this next one, said Cassandra. She chugged down the rest of her lemonade and walked out the doors. From the window, she could be seen raising her hand to the air. She quickly snapped her fingers, and the cracking sound was loud enough to be equivalent to a gunshot. Conflict between the sound's vibrations and air particles, Emily thought. Gets them every time. As Cassandra stepped back inside the diner, she quickly pointed to a random stranger. Quick, she said. Tell me what your name is, Paul. My name's Paul, the man said unconsciously. Wrong! Tell him what it really is, Logan. Your name's Troy, you dumbass, Logan shouted jokingly. The gathering of people had a laugh amongst each other with the young woman's mind trick, though Emily watched with a visible amount of discomfort. If Cassandra was any other girl, it wouldn't be so bad, but considering how well she knows her friend, Emily found it rather disturbing how easy it was for Cassandra to pull off that stunt. Thank you? Thank you? That's kind of the gist of that little trick that I was getting. Come to think of it, it seemed weird that she would consider doing anything affecting other people's minds at all. The teen was only put off more with the thought of a different side of Cassandra being brought to the front. Whew. Okay, Cassandra said. I think I only got the energy for one more trick tonight. Anyone have any suggestions? One of the men came up and tapped the young woman's shoulder. Light my hair on fire, he requested, but make it so not a single strand is actually burned. Everyone around the two started oohing again, Emily a little uncertain about the request. Honestly, I think that request is just specific enough. It feels like they actually seem to understand how Cassandra's powers work, which they shouldn't, I don't think. Like, they know Cassandra has special powers, but I don't think she ever went to the trouble of explaining to everyone exactly the rules of her abilities. Like, I don't know, it seems strange. There's a lot of strange things going on in these last few chapters, but I don't know, that stands out. That really stands out. Part of her hoped that Cassandra would have enough sense not to take it. Upping the ante, huh? The young woman replied. Okay, let's have at it. Worst best friend ever, Emily thought. The man grabbed his curly blonde hair, stretching it out to help Cassandra gain a hold of it. She clapped her palms over the clump and rubbed them against each other to cause the strands of hair to catch on fire. Within moments, the man's entire scalp was covered in flames, though he never made a single flinch or scream in pain. Feel any burning? Cassandra asked. Nah, not a thing, the man giggled. It's kinda hot though, time to put it out. Cassandra put her hands around the man's fiery head and blew out a deep breath. In that one moment, the flames were extinguished. The man's head of hair was completely unharmed, though there was a slight change of color. Slight? If anything, I would guess it would be completely changed. Like, completely singed. But, oh well, if it's not actually burning, then I don't know, shit. Everyone applauded Cassandra as she sat back into the bar counter. She blushed, bowing her head repeatedly with a verbal thank you attached to each time she did so. After the little show was over, Emily withdrew herself to staring out the window. She hadn't stayed for the party that long at all, and yet she was already set to retire for the night. As she stared outside, her peripheral vision caught a little bit of movement. She couldn't pick it out again, as the whole place was already too dark to see all that clearly. Even under the moonlight, she couldn't pick out the source of the movement again. She shrugged it off as an eye floater. All the people resumed chattering and cheering amongst themselves, slamming down more of their alcohol. How much lemonade does Cassandra have? How much did she find? Like, it seems like it's a whole fucking tavern's worth from this chapter, but I don't think they actually found that much. When asked, they claimed every bottle and drink was all brought individually. It would have never been guessed from the higher ranks that they managed to stockpile without their knowledge. Wait, what? So let me know. When asked, they claimed every bottle and drink was all brought individually. It would have never been guessed at the higher ranks that they managed to stockpile. It would have never been guessed from the higher ranks that they managed to stockpile without their knowledge. Okay, so basically all of Logan's guys they're doing BYOB. Okay. None of them really got in any trouble for it, though. Hey boys! Cole stood up from the gathering. I have something important to say. Everyone silenced as they looked over to the large man. I think it's worth making a toast now for everything that's happened today. To us and to Cassandra. Fire magic! That's the most basic use of conflict. It's just friction. Create a conflict with the air and friction, which remains out of conflict with hair. Honestly, that's literally it. I don't know why I laughed. A cheer was spread around as everyone praised each other and Cassandra. The latter continued blushing in her seat, but still tried her best to remain at least somewhat dignified. Emily decided to comply, raising her own bottle to honor her friend. As the drinks began sounding off several clinks, an enormously loud banging sound from outside the building overwhelmed everyone's bottles. Logan rushed outside to check the disturbance. A cloud of dust trailed behind a black shape in the distance, and at the young man's feet was a folded piece of paper. He scanned both sides of the diner building, looking for anyone hiding out in the corners. Cautiously, he picked up the paper and proceeded back inside. The gang members were hushed into a silent suspicion, looking to their leader to tell them of the sudden outburst. Logan sat down on one of the stools lined up to the bar counter and unfolded the paper. Our message was written inside in oddly fancy, stylized handwriting, i.e. Arial Black. Dear Thomaston residents, I've just been reported back to you from one of my best men, and the sight of his beaten person has considerably shattered my spirits. We noticed his broken femur, and I'm sure you know already, it is unfortunately impossible to give him proper treatment. So I'm writing to you to say I'm well prepared to get even with you. I declare that we are to engage in a battle, appropriately a gang war. If you win, you will gain our territory in the nation's former capital city. If you lose, well, you all die. Personally, I am most impressed in the fact that you were spirited enough to challenge us, but I am most furious with the nature that you did so. Also, you'd better find a way to get here quick. I have a city to care for. I have no time to head your way. Well, at least not by the truckloads. If you don't stop by soon, we'll find ways to whittle you down. Like so. Oh, he's so considerate! 1 week, 3 of your men will be wounded. 2 weeks, 3 of your men will be killed. 3 weeks, all superiors, with exception of the leader, will be taken hostage. Don't worry, we'll find a way. 4 weeks, all of your allies will be killed. 5 weeks, you will be killed. And to prevent confusion, yes, we mean you, Cassandra Strite. You better hurry. Time has always been your biggest enemy. Leader of the Phantom Mamba. Oh my god. This is hysterical. Oh, he's so considerate. He's so neatly and properly spelled out. He wants a gang war. And the terms, the exact terms of which an order of events that will happen if he is not responded to week after week, up to 5 weeks. Oh my god, that I couldn't ask for a better end to the chapter. Chapter 32. Tolerance implies no lack of commitment to one's own beliefs. Rather, it condemns the oppression or persecution of others. John F. Kennedy. That's not quite true. If we're talking about tolerance, like, tolerance is basically like, you know, if you're bigoted against someone, it's like you're still bigoted against them, it's just you'll stay quiet about it. That's tolerance. Like, acceptance, or even like anti-bigotry or anti-injustice and such, that would be condemnation. So, Pedantry. That's what I'm here for. From the distressing message. From the distressing message that was dropped off, the partying was immediately over. The alcohol was put away, all the men left the diner, and the top-ranking people had to wait in making a game plan until morning, when their minds would be refreshed. Logan had been cursing quietly to themselves while they fell asleep. Colt stayed up to take night watch, and the 2 girls had decided to rest in the same booth, though it was mostly for the sake of Cassandra watching over the injured Emily. And that, Lily Pals, is the end. There's no more. That was all I wrote. And I did not finish chapter 32. Like I said, it was only like about a paragraph. And that means, yes, as far as this first draft is concerned, that is the end of the story. It ends on a huge ass fucking cliffhanger. But what happens with the big gang war when one team is normal and the other is X-Men? Dun dun! Well, the nice thing, it, you know, the silver lining, is that you are free to make up and post your own conclusion to this story and how the gang war ensues and how everything turns out for Cassandra, Emily, Logan, and everyone else. It's all up to you now, because I'm not gonna finish this thing. And if I toggle full screen, you see this? You see this right here? This is the license. This is the license for the draft. You see how it says CC0 1.0 Universal? That means it's public domain. That means this story no longer strictly belongs to me. Anyone can use it and do whatever they want with it. Hell, I would honestly love if somebody decided to fucking rewrite this story from scratch. It's unlikely, but I would be really happy if that were to ever happen. Or even so much as somebody just deciding to up and finish the rest of the story from chapter 32. Like, that would be really... I would feel personally honored if someone were to do that in my stead. Again, it's unlikely, but you never know. Sometimes inspiration is weird. It strikes peculiar people in peculiar ways. Now, before we really properly wrap things up, there's one other thing here that I actually want to share and to have us take a little peek at. It's not much, but you know, here obviously is the file for the unfinished draft, the original draft. Well, technically not the original, but I'll say no more. But that's not the only file that's here. You see, right here is another file. This is a document basically outlining the entire plan that I had when I was first writing this story. And I want us... I think it would be interesting to just kind of skim through it a little bit. Just to see if maybe I can figure out where my head was with some of the decisions that were made. So, Grand King Cassandra, story and plotline. Prelude, summary of Ritan's political and economic condition. Introduction of main characters Cassandra Stride and Emily Wasima. So this is referring to essentially the chapter 0 that started the story. Cassandra's backstory. Born an orphan to a group of scholars, learned and excelled in history, politics, and communication theory, gains the ability to manipulate the intensity of conflicts in any sense. Origin of this power is unknown. Implementation of this power is to match the theme of the story. Basically, she is right. She is right, and everyone else is wrong. After reaching adulthood, she travels away from home to bring herself up as the new leader of ACOS. carries a black journal to record every conflict she manipulates. Estimation goes that once 1,000 conflicts are recorded, her power has been mastered. Exactly what mastery would look like compared to all we've seen so far is a terrifying thought. Emily's backstory grew up into the anarchic rebellion. Anarchic. She had embraced the widespread chaos without question only because she did not understand the story behind the side she took. Only after losing her family to a shootout with a gang, she thought things needed to change. It's based on this experience that she has a neurotic mentality and or be the devil's advocate for Cassandra. Well, she's certainly that. Here was an asterisk. So, originally, the name of the country was Raton, but I changed it to Akos because the people who I showed this draft to, or, anybody who at least read the first chapter or so, they were confused as to how Raton is pronounced, and I can kind of see why. I might use the name Raton for something else, because I kind of like it. But otherwise, it was changed from Raton to Akos, because Akos is a lot easier to extrapolate. Chapter 1. The girls do some supply and goods hunting through some abandoned sheds and storage buildings. Cassandra uses power to enter building, alludes to the extent of her power. Subnote, have her open the black journal beforehand to create red herring. Basically she needs the journal in order for her powers to work? That kind of red herring? I don't think that was communicated very well. Comedic moment at end of chapter. Brings Cassandra to seek new clothes. Oh yeah, the pants rip. That was so funny, guys. That was so funny. Funny joke. We are so here. Hello, Wayne Larva. That way I'll be playing Pokemon this whole time, so I'll probably be quieter. Enjoy your mons. Embraced widespread chaos until trans guys exist. I know, right? Can't relate if my readers can't read my shit, that's a skill issue. Conflict note brought to you by Shinigami. But yeah, in short, Zach, basically we finished the story. It's all done. If you want to see what happened over the course of, let's see, I started on chapter 23. So 8 chapters? Yeah, you'll have to watch the VOD. Right now, we are going over the story outline that I wrote up alongside, well, not alongside it, but I basically wrote this up just prior to writing the actual draft, basically as a guideline for myself, like where each chapter is supposed to go, what I should write about, etc., etc. Yeah. Okay. Chapter 2. I'm gonna skip all the quote mentions. We already went through all the quotes. The girls continue searching into another building, finding some interesting items and memorabilia. Cassandra finds a purple long skirt, reference to Western custom that purple equals royalty. Was a mention of royalty given in that chapter? I don't remember. It was so long ago. Because if not, I don't think anyone would have caught on. That's a bit too subtle. Emily finds an old child's bank, goes into mention of Cassandra's economic plan once she goes into rule. Cassandra finds a box of hard lemonade, comes into play later, Logan's gang playing with a drunken Cassandra. Okay, so she did get drunk. Or at the very least, tipsy. Chapter 3, a gang comes into the area. The girls are forced to negotiate with them. The girls try to sneak around them first until they're spotted, a reference to the way they approach their goal. What?! The girls try to sneak around them first until they're spotted, a reference to the way they approach their goal. What the fuck? This is so, like, such a roundabout thought process. Like, wow, I might as well be, like, reading this. It might as well be being carried across almost as if, like, trying to decipher some kind of, some sort of, like, art house film, I guess? I was trying to go for something else, but I don't know. Words failed me. Emily offers the child's bank. It almost works until the gang discovers how little money there is. Also, yeah, just, you know, money is basically worthless at this point. But these guys still care about money for some reason. The girls escape without a scratch thanks to Cassandra's ability. This will only be implied. So, yeah, the lines were, I thought I felt a poke somewhere back there. Really? I thought they were terrible shots. So that was apparently an implication of Cassandra's ability. Trying to be subtle. Chapter 4, the girls find an abandoned restaurant to shelter up in and discuss further plans. Name of the restaurant is Sheila's Cafe. Emily questions why Cassandra didn't manipulate the gang members into being open to negotiation. Addresses the Black Journal and explains Cassandra's new methods in using her power. I can't use my gift willy-nilly anymore. But why not? Your power is already so fucking powerful. Why not act like it? Why not fully fucking embrace the God complex / Messiah complex? It would make you more interesting. Anyway, after tidying the place up, they find a still functioning stereo. Comes into play later. First sign of Lars's gang. Asterisk. End of chapter with the girls drinking the last of their water. Asterisk. Change Lars's name to Logan. No other stipulation, no explanation why. Initially his name was Lars, and I guess I didn't like that, so I changed it to Logan. Another boy's L name. OMG, the lemonade was heavily foreshadowed. It was! Good night, wifey. Congrats on finishing your reading! Thanks, boyfie. I love you! Sweet dreams. Emily, shut the fuck up! 'Cause God the Father in heaven said not to. Logan is a better name. I am inclined to agree. Lars was giving Steven Universe kinnies, so... Oh my god. Wait. What year did Steven Universe debut? What year did the show come out? Wikipedia, help me. The pilot was first shown on May 2013. Series ran for 5 seasons from November 2013. Okay, so it was within the period. Steven Universe. So yeah, that's a perfectly valid reading into it. It's like, hey, I'm characterizing this trans guy to be a little bit of a douchebag. I'm naming him Lars. Some Steven Universe episodes later, you know what, Lars is too close. It's too obvious where the inspiration lies. I'm gonna change to Logan. Chapter 5. Emily searches for water and encounters a feral child. Chapter revolves around a fight. Again, just a random feral child. Just here. Just doing shit. Cassandra stays behind to organize food items, gives a mention of reluctance in doing so. I don't remember that part. Emily reflects on this event in a later chapter, going more in depth about the role Cassandra plays in her life. Feral child will be apparently younger than Emily, thus making her debate with herself of whether to fight or flee. I guess. She's still not opposed to squaring down with an 8-year-old. Or throwing down, rather. Sword Art Online abridged. Chapter 6. Emily returns with bruises and scratches, followed by discussion of the haves and have-nots. So, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Give mention of Emily showing some sympathy towards who were once privileged people. Cassandra has an opposing viewpoint. What about the ones that never were involved? Everything they had was taken away for something they didn't do. War overwhelmed their peace. Shut up, Emily. End chapter with Emily pulling out a book titled Fury and the Melon Vines in reference to the Grapes of Wrath! I was right! Oh my god, I was so fucking right! Oh my god, he's a Steven Universe kitty! He's a dick and his name is Lars, yeah. The haves and have-nots, I'm crying. Emily, please explode. No fucking way. Fury in the melon mines. Oh, that was totally a fucking Captain Ursatz right there. Fuck me. And you know, in retrospect, I did actually look into like what year the Grapes of Wrath came out, and it is still technically copyrighted, so overall this this is still a functional reference. It's not obsolete yet. Chapter 7. On another storage rummaging, Emily asks Cassandra about her upbringing, explores the scholars that raised her. So we got our first flashback chapter. Trigger the conversation with a discovered photo album. Cassandra's mother died of illness shortly after she was born. Discussion branches to the next chapter. So how did they feel about your power? Chapter 8. A continuation of the previous chapter's conversation goes into hypothesizing Cassandra's ability. Asterisk. So that was the reason why there were 2 flashback chapters back to back. It's because chapter 8 was intended to be an extension of the previous chapter. Still kind of funky, though. A sociology scholar proposes a parapsychological explanation. She unlocked a power that anyone could if they knew how. History scholar proposes a religious or supernatural explanation. She is an angel of God prophesied to save us. I think that was Malcolm. Law scholar proposes an evolutionary explanation. She's the next step to mankind's evolution. A psychology scholar accepts ignorance and is Cassandra's concluding piece of the conversation. She has this power, that's it. We'll never truly know where she got it. Emily will take reference to this conversation later on, questioning Cassandra's goal. Asterisk, keep each theory concise. I mean, I certainly did that. Chapter 9. Emily pulls out the stereo and accidentally receives a transmission from a relatively close-by radio station. Vague introduction of Logan's gang. Emily obtains CDs from their last rummaging. This is her reason to bring out the stereo. The transmission reveals the girl's location as the town of Thomaston. It also briefly mentions how the gang is heavily armed. Travel to the location, asterisk, will take 7 to 8 hours on foot. 3.6 kilometers per hour average walking speed, 27 kilometers away. Why did I do kilometers? It's kind of strange. Asterisk, city will be named Norris Rock for no particular reason. It just seemed neat. Chapter 10. The girls arrive at the city they received the transmission from. The chapter describes the conditions of the location. The girls are being followed by Logan's scouts. A trio of women in hijabs repeatedly appear, to Emily's great suspicion. She reflects how turban-wearing gang members killed her family. What? What? Since when? What? I don't remember that. What the fuck? Cassandra gives reassurance, giving what the subtle jab at the American right-wing perspective of Muslims. Come on, Emily, you can't expect every person with cloth around their heads to have lunacy wrapped around themselves, too. Yeah. General environment is cityscape ruins, but most occupied areas appear decently fruitful. Literally an off-screen society that is perfectly functional. God. Hang on. I'm surprised she didn't whip out Creature Ranch. Shitty bootleg Animal Farm. Please tell me we get a Reddit atheist moment. Oh, the way they're both wrong. Cassandra whipping out the eugenics. Oh, the racism wasn't racism. Oh my god, that scene. There was a reason for it. Why didn't you write that in? I don't know! I don't know! Did I literally just forget my own outline? I mean, I will reiterate, this was a NaNoWriMo novel, so the main priority was that the main priority was padding, word count. So I didn't think everything through, clearly. I remember that scene, I was there when you read it. I remember you being there! So that racism doesn't just come out of nowhere. Logan voice, whatever, go my hijabi street gang! God! It's such a different take on the same scene with that backstory to it. I know! I know! I really dropped the ball there. Anyway, Chapter 11, the radio station is found. A barricade of gang members surprise the girls, wanting to know why they intrude on their territory. Introduces Cole, Logan's second in command. Comedy-focused chapter. Is that why I did all the fucking Marvel-style writing in this chapter? God. Cassandra speaks with a scratch our back approach, while Emily attempts to enforce a we'll scratch yours approach. What? What? Cassandra speaks with a scratch our back approach. Emily attempts to enforce a we'll scratch yours approach. No? I don't think Emily spoke at all this chapter. Literally, Emily did not think meeting these people was a good idea. She was against Cassandra's nonchalant approach. No, that's not how it happened. What the fuck? End chapter just before the meeting with Logan. Chapter 12. The girls meet Logan with the intent of forming an alliance. Underlined, enhanced Logan's temper. Angry FTM is not enough meat. Whatever that means. Logan is hesitant despite Cassandra's reason. Heavy commentary of transgenderism within dialogue. Tone it down. God, I was really ride or die on subtlety in this draft, wasn't I? Emily frequently misgenders Logan, though not on purpose. Still. Logan has a New York-esque accent for easier distinction. So, hey, you know, that was kinda like with all the fucking apostrophes and all shit. You know? End chapter with Cassandra and Logan being left alone. Chapter 13. Discussion between Logan and Cassandra continues, the latter unknowing that Emily is in danger. So that just happened. That equals Emily found a new favorite slur. You just mean a transphobia approach. Yeah. Angry FTM is not enough meat. Fuck you mean not on purpose. It definitely... I definitely read it as... It's like... It's very easy to read it as intentional. Logan is played by James Gandolfini. I never watched The Sopranos, but I've heard of James. I'm an angry trans mess with plenty of meat. Okay, the latter is unknowing that Emily is in danger. Threat is revealed at the end of the chapter. Logan mentions irritation with being misgendered, but this is not the cause for Emily's kidnapping. Rather, it's to test Cassandra. I mean, both can be true. Sounds like you have everyone supporting your cause. I'm not so easy to convince. Just prove who you really are. It's that easy. Chapter 14. Cassandra is kept trapped within the gang's base and must convince Logan to aid them. Logan makes a 6-hour time limit for Cassandra to succeed. If she fails, Emily will be killed. Cassandra will be debating with herself as to whether or not to use her power. In the end, she decides not to use it on Logan himself, but Cole. Subnote, she uses it to provoke Cole, and under his attack, use it to protect herself. This is intended to convince Cole to put in a good word. A good word, because that would definitely be the first reaction. Also, I had a feeling like that's what she was doing in the chapter. I think it could have been indicated a little more directly, though. Again, I had such a hard-on for subtlety in this whole thing. Like, going so subtle that even I, uh, almost 10 years later, am fucking missing some of the original point. Despite her situation, Emily remains calm. Gang members have various reactions to this. End chapter with Cassandra re-entering Logan's office. Chapter 15, Cassandra attempts once more to convince Logan to work with her with much higher stakes. Cole will vouch for Cassandra, but Logan remains questionable. Subnote, Cassandra offers to have herself killed before Emily. Logan agrees, unaware of her capabilities. Emily makes a bet with the gang members to fight them one-on-one while tied. They refuse at first, but are provoked by a snarky remark. Aw, you do have hearts, and here I thought you guys were mindless flunkies with no honor. End chapter just before the fight begins. Chapter 16. Logan tries to kill Cassandra. A rampage and chase ensues. We remember this. Logan makes repeated attempts and keeps failing. Firepower increases up to a grenade launcher. Cassandra feigns fear and lures Logan to Emily's location. Once there, she stays put. Wait. Oh yeah, okay. I think Cassandra did learn about Emily's location by this point. Comedic moment. Logan explodes the hostage room and Emily's seen with a gang member in a leg lock. I don't know, that didn't really strike me as funny. It was kind of expected, honestly. I know, I wrote it. I naturally expected it, but, you know, it's like, given the kind of characters that, Cassandra and Emily are, making them out to be badasses, you know, all that shit. End chapter with a tired and frustrated Logan collapsing to the ground. Chapter 17. Cassandra and Emily reunite. Logan laments of having lost their power and influence to only 2 girls. Cassandra's offer still stands. She goes into how Akos refused to give up grudges in the past. Yeah, and I just fucking made up some batshit world building for that entire section. Building starts to collapse from structural damage. The girls are wedged into a tight spot. Cassandra prevents rubble from crushing them both, but comments how this consistent use of her power is wearing her down. They both show signs of breaking down. Okay, so it was kind of a case of, like, she keeps using her power and she can be exhausted from it. So it wasn't just the fucking rubble. Oh, what do I do about this? Automod. Please watch The Sopranos, it's so good. I think people who misgender others should get kidnapped and put into a dreadful saw trap of some sort. Expired and not posted to chat. Whoopsie! Well, I read it out. So, your voice has been heard, larva! So badass Emily's seen instead of young masochist. Oh, that's right. The world isn't ready for me! Emily is so much cooler in this version than the version we got. It went from someone hurt by this world and being a badass to becoming a racist and transphobic asshole. Indeed. Let's see, where about... Okay. A convinced, redeemed, question mark? Logan and Cole will help them out at the beginning of the next chapter. Underlined. Keep Logan's being persuaded ambiguous prior. I don't know if that was necessarily ambiguous. Chapter 18. Logan agrees to help Cassandra's cause, his surviving gang members following their new command suit. Weird grammar, I think. Now without a base, Cassandra aids with moving Logan and company to Thomaston. Emily remains distant. Subnote. First first signs of Emily's skepticism towards Cassandra. A newly abandoned semi-truck will be discovered. Comes into play later. Ah, that's in one of the chapters that I never got to. Chapter 19, aka arguably the best chapter in quality. Emily converses with Cassandra about letting Logan and his crew join them on their journey. Emily gives clear criticism of Cassandra's willingness to forgive Logan. She mentions and reinforces her viewpoint with the encounter with the feral child. Cassandra counters with how Akos was prior to the anarchy. Subnote. Akos had self-absorbed, corrupt politicians who believed that people didn't truly matter, only their power. People get tired of being told they don't matter. I'm here to support. Oppression is no ideology. I accept, Emily. Meanwhile, no apologies for Logan about fucking misgendering him and shit. Chapter 20. Oh, this is the other best chapter. I think this one probably a bit more than 19. A frustrated Emily seeks alone time. She reflects on how she came to know Cassandra. Delved into the girls' first meeting and the progress they've made. Emily ponders if and how much Cassandra may have tampered with their friendship using her powers, leading her to more doubt. The feral child encounter is reintroduced in a different context. Emily views the positives here. Reveals that the Black Journal was a gift from Emily. And end chapter with Emily leaving. End of the first story arc! Chapter 21. While searching for Emily, one of Logan's scouts discovers a group of people passing through town. Introduces the religious nomads. Cole initially they're not really nomads. They were fleeing. If anything, they were refugees. Cole initially interrogates them like he did with the girls, but is stopped by Cassandra. Don't do that. You're plenty scary alone, big guy. The group reveals that they are being pursued by a different gang. Introduces the Phantom Mambas. Nomads find fear in Cassandra and her goal. Wait, what? Nomads find fear in Cassandra and her goal. Subtle commentary of the right-wing religious traditionalist perspective. That's not how I remember it. I'm not sure I really read into their response as fearful or even like apprehensive. It just kind of sounded doubtful. Chapter 22. Emily is traveling down a road and encounters members of the Phantom Mambas. The gang Mambas, as you could say. So the gang Mambas take a liking to Emily despite her evident distrust of them. She slowly grows to sympathize with them, though. Emily will make a snarky remark when asked about the religious nomads. You know where we could find some religious nuts? They're everywhere if you drive far enough. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. Hardy har. The gang's second in command is present, but will remain silent in this chapter. Emily will be left alone in spite of the mix of support and teasing from the gang Mambas. End chapter with her realizing where they're headed and running back to Thomaston. Chapter 23. This is where we started tonight. The nomads hesitantly take refuge with Cassandra and company. Logan makes concerned conversation with Cole. The conversation starts with skepticism towards the nomads, then turns gradually back to Emily's well-being. Cole brings mention to Logan's leadership skills, shows contrast between his and Cassandra's methods, albeit they have similar goals. End chapter with the scout discovering the Phantom Mambas approaching the town. Chapter 24. The Phantom Mambas arrive in Thomaston and shake down the crew as they search for the nomads. When asked where the nomads are, Cassandra replies altruistically, getting cut off with a hard slap on the face. You guys hiding some freaks from us? We're happy to provide refuge to just about any slap. Brief cut to Emily hitching a ride with a lagging Mamba member. This member openly carries a rifle, comes into place soon. Logan aims a firearm towards the squad's leader, but holds back on Cassandra's command. End chapter with a distant motorbike's revving. Emily is back. Chapter 25. Cassandra persists on negotiating, to no avail. Emily appears in defense of her friend. The squad leader mentions being tired of negotiation, always getting tricked or ripped off in the past. Even though he went on rants about why fucking anarchy is based, actually. How the old ACOS was terrible because the government didn't give a shit about anyone. They just wanted power. And it was pretty based. He had other issues, but he wasn't wrong. Emily is provoked when the rifleman tranquilizes Cassandra and company. Subnote: a gang member remarks about the Black Journal and tosses it far away in the middle of the street. End chapter with Emily landing a firm right hook on the squad leader. I don't know if that's really what a right hook is. I think she just punched him with her right fist. I didn't really get it as a right hook. That's more specific. Chapter 26. Emily comes back with her fists flying. However, the odds quickly turn against her. The squad leader makes an order for his gang to keep down. He prefers a fair fight. Morale for Emily changes when the leader starts talking about Cassandra deceiving her, like every politician. He starts to physically have his way with her as he speaks. As in, beat the shit out of her. Nothing else. End chapter with a recovering Cassandra drowsily witnessing Emily being beaten into unconsciousness. Hi. Chapter 27. Cassandra revives, now angered with her beaten best friend. She uses her powers. Heard her repping outside. She uses her powers to assert herself with the Phantom Mambas. The leader tries to punch out Cassandra, breaking his knuckles. I think it did more damage than that. It sounded to me as if, like, his fucking hand collapsed from the inside. Cassandra retrieves the Black Journal before doing anything. Show her flipping pages just before using her abilities. The gang Mambas unload their whole magazines to no avail. Wait, what? I don't remember that. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. Cassandra taps the leader to the ground, followed by stepping on and breaking his femur. I think that's supposed to be traps. Yeah, I'm willing to protect anyone within diplomatic means. That girl, however, is part of me. You push her to the ground, I push you down to hell. That would have been such a... That would have been such a better way to fucking... That's a better way to phrase that. That actually sounds cooler. You push her to the ground, I push you down to hell. Chapter 28. The Phantom Mambas retreat, and the Nomads celebrate Cassandra's victory. The Nomads stay with Cassandra to aid her cause, plays a red herring later on. The Nomads... yeah. Plays a red herring later on. Apparently in a chapter I never wrote. In one of the unwritten chapters. They also frequently refer to Cassandra being blessed or a miracle worker of God. She rebukes their conclusions. Logan and Cole recover with a lighthearted mention of their previous conversation. You were right, thanks. No. I'm not the one who needs to hear that. That was Cole saying that. End chapter with an exhausted Cassandra lying and falling asleep next to Emily. Chapter 29. The crew takes a night to celebrate Cassandra's cause. Logan visits a bruised Emily. The hard lemonade is busted out. Cassandra is challenged to drink without using her powers. Goes into effect next chapter. Logan shows... wait. Cassandra is challenged to drink without using her powers. Basically, they goad her into getting drunk. Or at least, getting tipsy. Logan shows gratitude to Emily for accepting him in their cause. This gesture causes her to be more trusting of him. Still no apologies for what she fucking said to him, though. End chapter with both of them returning inside the restaurant. Chapter 30. The gang begins to act rather rambunctious with the furniture, no thanks to Cassandra. As soon as Emily and Logan enter, two members pick up chairs and ram into each other. One hardly flinches while the other is sent tumbling. A drunken Cassandra is abusing her power. Wait. I didn't write that part. Huh. At the sight of Cassandra being persuaded into recklessness, Emily begins to develop fearful thoughts. End chapter with a gunshot and a posted message from the Phantom Mambas. Mention goes to how the actual gang leader is moved by her endeavors and wishes to engage in a fight for territory. Moved by her endeavors. That's a way to... Huh. Wait a minute. Chapter 31. 30? Wow, in my writing, did I just, like, straight up skip a chapter? Or, like, a huge chunk of chapter? The draft is so much better. Aw, balls. I think it froze on my end. Hold on. Aw, no! The draft is so much better. Wait, with what? What did it do better? Let's see. Chapter 31. So that... Okay, this was the chapter... It ended up being chapter 32, but this was the chapter that I didn't finish, that only had one paragraph. So the next morning, yeah, from this point forward, this is all the stuff that I didn't get to write yet. Well, I say yet, but then I never got to writing the rest, and now I never will. Most likely. The next morning, the crew discussed a new threat and how to approach it. The mentioned threats go in stages based on each week they refrain from coming. This part I included in the last bit of the last chapter. Previous chapter, rather. 1 week, snipers wound different crewmates. 2 weeks, snipers kill 3 gang members. 3 weeks, Logan, Cole, and Emily are kidnapped. 4 weeks, all allies are killed. 5 weeks, Cassandra is killed. The Phantom Mamba's territory, asterisk, is 50 kilometers away. Again, why am I using kilometers? That's so bizarre. I never use kilometers. I'm a fucking American. Never mind, I'm back. Welcome back! Like, the characters are less awful or inconsistent. Do you mean, like, the draft of this outline? Or, like, the story draft? Because I think the story draft would be worse. Anyway, yeah, Phantom Mamba's territory is 50 kilometers away. The crew suggests searching for vehicular support. Reintroduces the abandoned semi-truck. That's where this would come in. It's Chekhov's truck. Cassandra immediately agrees, and the gang member drives off. Asterisk, the name of the capital city is Stegrot, which I think went mentioned in, like, the prelude or somewhere. Oh boy, I get to read all the quotes I didn't get to write out. What we are reading now. Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess it makes it accessible to non-US Americans. That's true, it's just, it's a very peculiar choice at the time. For the time. It's like, I don't know what specifically compelled me to use kilometers. Anyway, chapter 32, the quote. What a lot of people don't realize about gangs, in my opinion, is that a gang is not there to attack you. 80% of the people in a gang are there to stop people from attacking them. You join a gang for protection, not to go out and hit someone. Michael Caine. I would agree with that. You know, there's more to it than that, obviously, but I agree with this. That's definitely a likely sentiment. While the crew tries to get the truck up and running, Emily asks about the Phantom Mambas, explores the gang's dynamics, history, and code. So this would have actually done some info dumping about the Mambas. Phantom Mambas were founded by the first radical rebels back before anarchy took over Akos. They took over the capital city after assaulting and murdering as many political figures as they could. They are violently against any religious movements, believing that they would rise to power and the corrupt cycle would begin again. Yeah. Logan's crew were former members. After realizing how much worse the problem was getting, they left. Introduces Griffith, the Phantom Mamba leader. Or at least, he gets brought up. The mention causes Emily to reflect on her previous self. I guess. How so? I'm left to wonder. Chapter 33, quote, "Let every nation know whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, and oppose any foe to assure the success and survival of liberty. JFK." I think we had another JFK quote. Yeah. It was a quote about tolerance. The truck is mechanically sound again, but there's no gas. Everyone heads for Norris Rock. It probably wouldn't have oil either. I was wondering if it might have needed antifreeze, but, like, they're in the equivalent of Arizona. Like, I don't think they're gonna need antifreeze. During their travel, Logan asks Cassandra about her plans for foreign policies. She says that since Akos is crippled, there will be no hesitation to call for help upon other nations. Logan also inquires why no other countries have come and tried to take over Akos yet. That is a good-ass question. I imagine, like, other nations are out there similar in structure to the former Akos. They could probably benefit from swooping in and doing shit with this territory that no longer belongs to an Akos. That is for the most part true, yeah. People join gangs for a lot of reasons. Griffith? Griffith Berserk? Love the gays. Jesus fucking Kennedy. Chapter 34. In every war, there's looting. Kate Blanchett. I guess! Rummaging through Norris Rock begins. The whole group split into two parts. Logan leads one, Cassandra leads the other. When Emily gets a chance to be alone with Cassandra, she mentions the concerns she had with the other night. Comedic moment with Cassandra being embarrassed about letting herself get drunk. Other comedic moment when Cassandra forgets what they're all searching for. End chapter with a single gunshot nearby. Dun dun dun. Chapter 35. Quote, "How can anybody hate nurses? Nobody hates nurses. The only time you hate a nurse is when they're giving you an enema." Warren Beatty. Upon finding a gas station, one of the gang members is shot in the leg. Wound is from a shotgun shot, so pellets are scattered across the shin and thigh. I'm pretty sure it would do a lot more damage than that. Cassandra is called for aid. She mentions that she can only pull the lodged pellets out, but has no medical knowledge. Shows Cassandra is not always as helpful or smart as people believe. Oh, wouldn't that have been great? Emily intervenes to help the wounded gang member. She asserts that the others collect the gasoline. A moment of leadership for Emily. Cassandra observes with pride in her. Chapter 36. Human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. Every step towards the goal of justice requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle, the tireless exertions and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. MLK Jr. And yeah, that's true. After some time to rest and allow the wounded to heal, Logan shares thoughts of occupying the capital city. Cassandra admits that claiming the turf would mean the beginning of action as ACOS' new leader. Why? Just because it's the capital? I don't think it's quite that simple, Cassie. Logan questions what sort of government she plans to create. Cassandra is labeled a king despite refuting monarchy. And that would have been the illusionary title drop. Cassandra discusses positions of power for everybody, though she hands wave Emily as second in command. Comes into play later. She hand waves Emily as second in command. Chapter 37. Before anything else, preparation is the key to success. Alexander Graham Bell. Yeah, so what? The crew return to Thomaston and begin strategizing for the fight with the Phantom Mambas. The religious nomads will serve as distractions for Mamba infantry once they enter Stegrod. They mention being willing to sacrifice themselves for the cause. The semi-truck will have 2 trailers. Logan's scouts will provide firepower from the top of the semi's first trailer, while the second carries Cassandra and non-offensive company. First goal is to drive as far as the Congress building lot. Cassandra will go inside to confront the leader alone. Again, Congress building, Capitol, this is literally just America by a different name. Okay, first goal. Second goal is making sure no reinforcements help the Mamba's leader in facing Cassandra, likely the most dangerous task. Third goal is driving all Mambas out of the city. Cassandra proposes they join unless said otherwise. Subnote, this is mostly Logan strategizing. Acknowledgement of Griffith is given. This is the best plan we've got, but we can't forget who we're really up against. I remember. I remember certain details about Griffith. Chapter 38. Quote, men kick friendship around like a football, but it doesn't seem to crack. Women treat it like glass and it goes to pieces. Anne Morrow Lindbergh. Sexism. Ha! 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 Give me that old-timey sexism. Ha! 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 Cassandra and Emily have a heart-to-heart talk the following night. And the only note, largely similar to Chapter 4 in Roman numerals in the short story version. Whole chapter must be padded out. I will say nothing. No more. I am saying no more. Chapter 39. There is no quote. I didn't pick a quote for this chapter. The next morning, Emily tries to sneak a look into Cassandra's black journal to quell her suspicions once and for all. The journal is kept close to a wall parallel to Cassandra's position, so Emily must be careful yet quick with the page turning. End the chapter with Cassandra waking, Emily only being able to glance at what looks like her name. Oh, intrigue, drama. Chapter 40. Quote, wherever you go, go with all your heart. Confucius. The whole crew goes over the battle plan briefly before they go on their way to Stegrod. Emily is distracted with trying to figure out what she saw in the journal, but remains on board with the plan. Logan howls as they begin the road trip, comedic moment with Cole trying to pull them back in. Yeah, so funny. End chapter with Cassandra allowing Emily to peek into her journal. Reveals that Cassandra used the most of her powers to allow Emily the strength to possibly get out of the rubble from the falling radio station. Keep this moment as heartwarming as possible. Good old sappy sap. I love looting. Nah, I hate nurses. You ever met a pediatric nursing student? They're the devil. I think I remember that. Um, Acknowledgement of Griffith. Ha ha, Weemon. From heartwarming to Jesus. And that would have been the end of the second story arc. Ah. Chapter 41. Quote, "There is no such thing as paranoia. Your worst fears can come true at any moment." Hunter S. Thompson. I don't know, what are you afraid of? During the drive, tension rises as one of Logan's scouts is shot and wounded again. Wound is from rifle shot into the shoulder this time. Logan suspects one of his own to be a mole, but Cole quells their concern with mentioning Griffith. Briefly explores Griffith's character again, now from Cole's perspective. End chapter with Logan and Cole non-verbally worrying over Cassandra and Emily. It seems like I actually had the sense to, like, build up Griffith as an antagonist. Because he is an antagonist. I don't know if you knew that. It didn't seem too clear through this guideline through the overall story. Chapter 42. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. H.P. Lovecraft. Oh my god, the hippopotamus Lovecraft himself. Yeah, I could have picked someone better. The crew enters Stegrot to find that no Mambas are present. Though no gang Mambas are there are civilians hiding away throughout the city. The location is noticeably more in ruin than Norris Rock. The whole cast is able to arrive at the front of the Congress building totally unscathed. Several minutes pass without any contact. Logan and Cole take small squads to scout the area. After a short time being out of sight, a single woman comes out of the building and invites Cassandra inside. Subnote, Emily follows behind without their knowledge. End chapter with Cassandra entering an office room, the woman closing the door behind her. Chapter 43. Quote, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles." Sun Tzu. Yeah, sure. Cassandra is acquainted directly with Griffith. Their conversation paints a new picture than what everyone was expecting. Like, everyone in universe? I hope I wasn't writing about the readers in that context. Griffith is much more polite and sophisticated than the typical Phantom Mamba, metaphor for current politicians and the shady relations they may arrange. Is that a metaphor, though? That's just kind of exactly what's happening. Kind of. He's not really a politician, he's a gang leader, but, you know. Griffith's abilities are only subtly implied in this chapter, indicating that, yes, indeed, Cassandra is not the only character with superpowers. End chapter with him proposing that he and Cassandra work together to take charge of Akos. Chapter 44. Quote, "It is folly for a man to pray to the gods that which he has the power to obtain by himself." Epicurus. Yeah, I agree with that. After refusing his offer, Cassandra and Griffith gradually test each other's powers. Starts out subtle, with debates, and builds up in intensity as the chapter goes on, exchanging hits. Emily is about to interfere after hearing blows, but the woman from before gets in her way. Subnote, the woman will try to convince Emily to switch sides. Oh, okay. Emily is about to interfere. Try to convince Emily to switch sides. End chapter with Emily knocking her out in one punch. Because she's such a bard arse. Only the second one? Any minute a dreadful bug could be on me. Really makes you think. Me when I'm a being... Me when I'm in a being an antagonist competition and my opponent is a guy named Griffith. Hurt penis love grabbed? Should have said hard penis, whatever. Everyone, ever, in general, even people who haven't read this. Chapter 45, quote, "We have it in our power to begin the world over again." Thomas Paine. Yeah. Griffith and Cassandra's quarrel continues. Cassandra's real offensive ability is made known. Griffith allows Emily her own chance to fight, but to no avail. She is knocked unconscious with 2 kicks. Emily's leg is broken. When Cassandra uses the anti-gravity trick... Apparently she has an anti-gravity trick. Griffith breaks a window to force fierce winds against her. Logan and company are alerted by the broken window and immediately make their way towards the struggle. End chapter with Cassandra being knocked into a room where all the other Mambas are waiting. She drops her black journal, which Griffith takes. Quote, chapter 46. Quote, "An injured lion still wants to roar." Randy Posh. Posh? Cassandra's strength and capacity to fight is waning. Griffith explains his own power and motives. Anytime Cassandra tries to speak or fight, the Mambas restrain her with gunfire. Like they shoot at her and she loses focus? Like that? A Mamba mentions how the room is getting warmer. End chapter with Cassandra seeing the unconscious Emily and using the last of her strength to sear the Mambas with friction burns. What? Oh wait, maybe it was because of the fierce winds. I don't know. Subnote, she herself goes unconscious. Chapter 47, quote, "If you look at the great human civilizations from the Roman Empire to the Soviet Union, you will see that most do not fail simply due to external threats, but because of internal weakness, corruption, or failure to manifest the values and ideals they espouse." Cory Booker. I don't know if that's quite how the fall of the Soviets went. I don't know. That sounds like specifically an American layman's understanding of it. Anyway, Logan and company arrive with Griffith attempting to escape. Cassandra wakes up but needs assistance moving. Emily remains unconscious. As the crew chases Griffith outdoors, more gang members appear to give resistance. The nomads are seen as a pile of dead bodies. The woman from before visibly shoots one of Logan's scouts in the arm, making herself known as the Sniper. Sub-note, mention of a black eye because of Emily. Oh, she has a black eye. Chapter 48, quote, "A true king is neither husband nor father. He considers his throne and nothing else." Pierre Corneille. Corneille? I don't know, was he a king? I don't know my kings. If he was a king, fuck him. If he wasn't a king, fuck him. He's a bootlicker. With Logan's gang and Phantom Mambas prepared to go at each other, Cassandra speaks out and tries winning them over. Griffith remains confident in his role over the Mambas, but he's unaware how much his fight with Cassandra has worn his own powers out. Cassandra's speech involves causing the Mambas to reflect the pains everyone must go through in Akos' current state and what Griffith's rule has done for them. Subnote, end chapter with a Mamba silently unloading their weapons. Chapter 49, quote, "Surely God would not have created such a being as man, with an ability to grasp the infinite, to exist only for a day. No, man was made for immortality." Arm Larngarn. That's absolutely not at all how the Soviet Union fell. Yeah, I had a feeling. This quote is funny because I, earlier today, was just watching the latest video from Defunctland about the history of animatronics, specifically Disney animatronics, and one of the like big deals for that whole like little documentary was a fucking Abraham Lincoln animatronic, and how it had to be as convincing and realistic as possible, and all the trials and pains that had to be taken in order to just make it work. And also, this exact quote is referenced in the video. Okay. Cassandra successfully persuades the Mambas, and Griffith is taken as their own prisoner. Before Griffith is taken away, Logan breaks his leg to repay what he did to Emily. Cole carries a still unconscious Emily to Cassandra. Emily briefly awakens for Cassandra to tell her they won. Emily smiles and makes a comment before falling asleep again. Can I break his leg later? Ha ha ha. End chapter with everyone questioning Cassandra on what's next. Chapter 50, which was scheduled to be the last chapter of the book. Quote, in every community there is work to be done. In every nation there are wounds to heal. In every heart there is the power to do it. Marianne Williamson. I wouldn't specifically use the word nation, but otherwise, yeah, this is true. 2 weeks later, people from several corners of Akos are to gather for Cassandra to speak to them, like a big official address thing, largely similar to the end of Chapter 8 in the short story version. Whole chapter must be padded out, yada yada yada. I'm not gonna say any more than that. So that was the overall outline for how I intended the story, as well as all the chapters I never got to. Could it have been a better story if I continued? I'm not so sure if it had the same quality of writing as the first like 31.1 chapters. But, well, you know, there's definitely some stuff in here that I don't remember ever putting into the story draft. Particularly that one little bit about Emily's fucking backstory. She reflects on how turban-wearing gang members killed her family. Like, what? Where was that? Where the fuck was that? I don't remember that kind of implication anywhere. Bah! That's frustrating. But, yeah. Lily Pals. This has indeed been Grand King Cassandra, or all that exists of it. The story outline, the story draft, all of it. And I am so glad I am finished with it. Well, revisiting the writing now has been quite an experience. There was a lot more cringe than not, but I think that, you know, it's kind of par for the course when you're judging your old past works. And still, there was, maybe there was predominantly the one moment that made me super uncomfortable, and that was, the drop of the R slur. God, and it was Logan who said it too. Arguably the best character. At least in its current, in the story draft's current form. Fuck, man. And like, and then there was also chapters 19 and 20, which I thought were actually, like, decent. Like, I thought they were actually decently written. It's just, everything beforehand somewhat tainted the experience. Just because it was most likely ignorance. Ignorance mainly on the ideas I was trying to explore, as well as how to eloquently convey them through text. Through written text. And so it kind of made a lot of it kind of exhausting. But I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I could at least share in the experience with you all, my Lily pals. That was fucking rough. Yeah. Yeah, it was. But we're done now. It's over. The ride has come to a complete stop. Yeah, I think... Let's see. 2 chapters out of 31 that I thought were, like, actually alright quality. It's okay, though. Sometimes revisiting old bad shit is an interesting experience. It certainly is. Yeah, it's like... Well, now I'm just kind of left wondering how much of the content was actually bad versus how much did I just think were cringe. That it was only personally embarrassed by. I don't know if you still write, but I'm sure you've improved a ton. Yes, I do still write. Not too long ago, some point last year, I think, I actually wrote a brand new short story. And yeah, I think I handled it a lot better than this. I'm definitely the type, that's more interested in writing short stories than anything else. I guess part of the motivation? Not sure if that's the right word, but I did have like some kind of idea back when I wrote this that, novels were like more like substantive, like something to be like more proud of, or like it had more, what's the word I'm looking for? Words are not doing great in my head tonight. Like novels, it just seemed like generally more impressive. As far as like when you tell people you're a writer, it's like, you compare like how many short stories you might have written versus how many novels. Like if you've written multiple short stories, that's quite nice. But, you know, you say you have written multiple novels, it's like, oh, well, now you're a big deal. You know, that's just kind of an idea that I had in my head at the time, and it took me a while to, like, uninternalize it. Sometimes things you're personally embarrassed by are really that bad. Yeah, that's true. I suppose it would have been embarrassment because it was bad, because I knew it was bad, and it's not just, you know, I could have worded this differently, or I could have used some better phrasing, or this wasn't very clear, you know? Some of it was actually just bad. I would kind of be interested in seeing the ratio between the two, but I'm not good at math or ratios. Um, yeah, what else is there to say? Like, some could have just been done better, but others were just rough. Yeah. Um, I think I probably have reiterated multiple times over the course of this read along, but, you know, just to hammer the point home, in its current state, I have no interest in completing the draft. Actually, if I were to switch back over to the screen, exit full screen, I'll just quickly read the summary of this file on the Internet Archive, because that's where I read this. Yeah, a YA political low fantasy story. I'm not sure about low fantasy. Definitely fantasy, but like, I suppose kind of low fantasy. Anyway, story written for NaNoWriMo in 2015. While the challenge was completed after 50,032 words and 32 chapters, well, 31 full chapters, the draft remains unfinished. Features the original draft and a written outline for the intended story overall. I'm placing the story under the CC0 license for many reasons. Being a public domain enthusiast aside, I no longer have the attachment to the story as I did then. There are also particular ideas and content within that I no longer personally ascribe to. I also believe its quality doesn't hold up to my current standards. I want to underline that phrase. And I'd rather attempt to start over than meticulously update the text. Finally, I submit the story in its unfinished form as a call to other writers to encourage them to improve, finish, and even alter the story to whatever forms they please. I would be most gratified to see it happen. Yeah, that's about it. That's pretty much, like my ulterior motive. It was my ulterior motive for sharing the draft in its current form. Like, essentially, like, yeah, reading it over, there is a lot of, you know, bad stuff, rough stuff, a lot of questionable quality, both in the storytelling as well as sometimes the writing. Like, there was literally that one sentence that I literally didn't finish writing and just moved on to the next part of the paragraph. I just skipped it. I don't know how that happened. But likewise, you know, whereas, you know, mentioning fucking Lovecraft again, a lot of his stories were filled with a lot of, very terrible shit. probably, I would say, much more terrible than what's been described here. Yes, hard penis Lovecraft. And yet, you know, his works still continue to inspire horror as a genre to this day. His were so much worse. Yeah. um, yeah, it's like, who am I kidding? Why am I doubting myself? Like, it was certainly worse than this. Um, but again, it's like he still contributed something valuable to, you know, literature, the horror genre. Um, again, it's that whole conversation regarding like death of the author and all that shit. I just assume y'all are learned enough to really understand what I'm trying to get at. You know, it's just... Also, it's just the fact that I love expanding the public domain. I think it's almost... It's not quite a hobby, but it is definitely something I'm very passionate for, and, you know, it seems like a lot recently. It's like a lot of my works, mostly my art so far, I've been just throwing under CC0 and effectively making them open source. And it's like, I have no regrets. The public domain is a beautiful, wonderful thing, and not enough people really appreciate it. Like the fucking mockbusters starring Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh, and everybody gripes like, oh, these horror movies suck, the public domain was a mistake. It's like, do you hear yourself? Like, honestly, what does even the public domain have to do with your complaints about these bad movies? I don't understand. It's so weird. And of course, there's the fact of the matter that the public domain in the United States has been neglected for 20 years, circa 1998, up to 2019, and so it is starved for content. Well, content? I guess. It is starved of representation, to be sure. Having shitty horror movies about Winnie the Pooh is better than getting sued for making a character named Rickless Rat. Too true, my friend. God. That just reminds me, Public Domain Day is fast approaching. Like, literally the 1st of January. Y'all know who enters the public domain as of 2025? I can tell ya. There's 2 big ones. 2 big characters in particular. 2 famous characters. Popeye and Tintin. The originals. They become public domain next year. Which is to say, in 9 days. Popeye and Tintin will belong to every American. There's also, I think, kind of trailing a little bit behind Mickey is Horace, the underutilized horse character cartoon. Like, he never gets acknowledged by anyone. He enters public domain as well. 2025. Now I just want to look up what else is entering public domain. Public domain 2025 list. The Wikipedia page, that's a little bit too granular for what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, the Public Domain Review has also done an advent calendar for all the stuff that's entering public domain. We have an extended essay, A Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf. So that's neat. The Man Within by Graham Greene. It's a novel. It's hard to navigate, like, which I'm trying to look in order. That doesn't apply to America. Let's see. 4. The Sound and the Fury by William Faulkner. Oh shoot! I got my hopes up for a second, but it's only in countries with copyright of Life plus 70. Paintings by Frida Kahlo? Hello? Isn't the original KidPix drawing software public domain now? Is it? I will have to check that. I will look in. I will investigate. Let's see. Magic in Theory and Practice by Aleister Crowley. Ew. 7. That's in Life plus 50. Lloyd C. Douglas's Magnificent Obsession. 999. Ten. Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms. That's a big deal. Because Ernest Hemingway is a big deal, at least in America. 11? Wait. Thea Gabrielle von Harpeau was a German screenwriter, novelist, film director, and actress. She is remembered as the screenwriter of the science fiction film classic Metropolis. Metropolis is already public domain, but this is a page about her. So I guess, like, one of her first screen fictions? Screen writings? The first of her works, maybe. I don't know if that quite applies to America, though. 12? Whoa. Alfred Dublin's Berlin Alexanderplatz. Another novel. Seems very... Looking at the provided image, it actually seems a bit interesting. Just based on... I don't know if that's the cover or just one of the pages, but it's neat. Not applicable to America. It is good that they're keeping track of, you know, other countries' domains, but, you know, I'm here for the American stuff because I am indeed American. Sadly. Oliver Lafarge's Laughing Boy. It's a 1929 novel about the struggles of the Navajo in southwestern United States to reconcile their culture with that of the United States. That seems cool. Let's see, was that 13 or 14? If y'all want to take a look at this yourselves, here's the link. Just the advent calendar. I think that was 14, so... Colette. Not applicable. 15? 15? That was 15, okay. Thomas Wolfe's Look Homeward Angel. Considered a highly autobiographical American coming-of-age story. Neat. Auguste Lumiere. In 1894 and 1895, he and his brother Louis invented an animated photographic camera and projection device, the cinematograph, which met with worldwide success. So what is... Okay, just general works, I guess. Alfred North Whitehead's Process and Reality, in which the author propounds a philosophy of organism, also called process philosophy. Neat. 19. Agnes Smedley's Daughter of Earth, an autobiographical novel. 20. Not applicable. 21. Robert Graves, Goodbye to All That. Autobiography. There's a lot of these. It was my bitter leave-taking of England, he wrote in a prologue to the revised second edition of 1957, where I had recently broken a good many conventions. The Story of My Experiments with Truth by Mahatma Gandhi. 23. Lillian Green, female blues singer and songwriter, with a sensual soprano voice. Soprano mentioned. Oh, that was it, I think. Yeah, because it's... we're only on December 23rd. Oh, well. Soprano Alfredo. I'm hungry now. I could make a joke related to The Sopranos, but I don't know if it would be in good taste. Anyway. Do it. Okay. I'm be distasteful. I'm getting as hungry as James Gandolfini. Getting as hungry as James would be trying to eat the food off of the set when he was shooting for The Sopranos. I just know it could be in... He did that? Yeah. It's like... he had troubles, like... Anytime you put a plate of food in front of him, apparently, like, at some point in the show, I don't know when, because I never watched the show, but, apparently, like, anytime you see James in a scene with a plate full of food, he's never actually eating the food in the scene, because they had to stop him from eating the food they gave him on the set because he would just keep eating it all and they would keep having to replace it. But, you know, he, I heard, like, it was kind of that habit of his, maybe among other things, that ultimately led to, like, his health issues that did end up causing him to pass away, so that's why I was wondering if it might have been in bad taste. Yeah, James. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. As far as I can tell, he's at least remembered fondly, regardless. Also, my internet is starting to act up a bit, so maybe I should finally get on with conjuring a raid. I got raid messages for every lily pal of every type. Let's see, who's live right now? Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Doo-de-doo-be-doo-be-doo. Oh yeah, this is how I can really tell my internet is acting up. All the thumbnails and shit are struggling to load in. It's taking its sweet time. Okay. Who do we raid here? I see Lee Short. I see Silsey, Vivi, Lachesis, Serena, Fangs, Celia. Not a whole lot of peeps out tonight. I suppose that tracks. It is a Monday. Lee Jort is alive. Did I say Lee Jort already? I might have said Lee Jort already. Actually gotta head off tonight. Night, Wayne Larva. Your presence and company is always valued. Night, CC Tighty with 1,000 good wishes and merry mass of Christs from you, from your local Jewish viewer. Yeah, and I hope your holidays have been good as well, RNG. I did have an early Christmas last Saturday. I came home with a fuck ton of treats and $155. Let's raid Marian Vere. Just playing Crow Country, which is a low poly horror indie game. I can't remember when I followed Marian. I might have raided them before. I don't remember. If so, it's been a hot minute. Okay, we'd better raid before my internet completely shits. Marian Vere. Da-ba-ba. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream this Thursday. It'll be the day after Christmas. Friday? Friday probably has a better chance. Better chances of something happening Friday. I don't know what, but I'm betting on something happening. I'll do something for you, my lily pals. Because I am your dancing Froggy. I dance for your amusement. And perhaps if I'm a good little Froggy, you will give me some bits. Or perhaps even a sub. But I must quickly assert, do not pay for subs for any reason except emotes. Otherwise, I have a coffee. You should find it down below. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go raid Marian. I will see you Friday, lily pals. Okay, y'all be good. Oh yeah, sweetie!